Hello Pixel, how are you two today? Today we are going to play a game called Analogue, a Hate Story. Oh, by the way, I'm Gomiya. I'm a bear. This is fresh off of me playing, finishing One Hand Clapping, and I'm really excited about this game, so I wanted to get it started right away. It's one of my favorite games of all time. Right now, though, what I'm going to do is put a text warning up at the very top, and I want, uh, um, uh, okay. It's not going to be anything more than what I would consider an R rating, but I do want people to be warned in advance for what they're signing up for today. Alright, let's do... okay. Alright. I think that should be quite enough of that. Let's get an outline on that in black, I think. Just to make sure it pops okay. Okay. Alright, so that's gonna be at the very top, so no one can miss it when they come in. Yeah, it's going to be a visual novel today. It's called Analogue, a Hate Story, and it's one of my favorite visual novels of all time. And we will be starting it from the very beginning, which is why we're starting from the Zatsudan right here. When you start it up, there is kind of this opening cutscene, and I would like to try and at least read it out loud. Because I actually don't know from whose perspective it's from, but every single bit of this game, every single of this visual novel, it is really well written. I don't usually say this about visual novels, so this one is quite good. I feel like it's very good anyway. Alright, so let me just go ahead and get the game up. Minimize Steam. Alright, now you should be able to hear it. Game capture is on Analogue. And now we... transition. Alright, and I'll be reading this bit. Incoming message. Hey, guess what? I've got a job that you're going to love. Nice and easy. This is strictly a salvage mission. No crazy shit, I promise. One of those old pre-FTL generation ships from the 2000s, the Mugunghwa, however the hell you pronounce that, just popped up on my radar. Its disappearance was apparently some big unsolved mystery. Never made it to its destination, I guess. It's just drifting lifelessly in the orbit of Antares B. I'll send you the exact coordinates. It's pretty hard to get a visual on. Probably why nobody's found it before. The sponsor for this one is a historical society from the outer colonies. Here's what the objective card says. Download any log files you can, especially any that can explain what happened to the ship. If possible, speak to the security AI Mute for assistance. It's a good, easy gig, and I want you to take this one. It should be asocial enough for you. I don't want to hear any complaints. Dispatch control out. Hello, Risky. How are you? Today's game is Hate Plus. Please do mind the content warning up on top. But yeah, it is a visual novel, and I will be voicing pretty much all of it. This is going to be a multi-day thing. It's a pretty... it's not... I've logged apparently 8 hours in it, and I believe that is about how long it'll take to finish, so this is going to be a multiple-day endeavor. I do hope you guys end up liking it. Alright, how are the volumes, by the way? Damn, Dispatch knows you well, right? I am asocial and I love me that way, apparently. Alright, let me know if the volumes are alright. Alright, by the way, I have played this game all the way through, but that was at least 10 or 15. Yeah, it had to be in at least 10 lives ago. So I don't have, and it was, once again, just another life. If I will need to start a new game, but I have finished most of it. And this is mostly a visual novel that is told without like puzzles or anything. So we'll just be reading the story. I hope you enjoy it. Analogue, a hate story. And the Korean up top says Analogue. If you want to go see the settings, you can see your objective card over here. You can also, if you want, read the entire thing in Korean or in Japanese. The game's creator, though, Christine Love, she is an American? I think she may be Canadian. So this was originally an English story. All right, without further ado, let's get started. KEOS AMI-B 11 Starship Mugunwa Internal Computer. Monday, January 1st, 000000 hours, 1970. Notice: the system is property of the Unified Korea Space Probe Agency. Access by individuals not affiliated with the UK SPA or successor organization is a felony under the UK SPA Act of 2381. Last login, user Kim Hyun-e. 221,432 days ago. Error: AI personality currently disabled. Reverting to command line. Available commands: download, disable AI, enable AI, help, SU, quit. Alright, so here we go. Usage: help, command. Available commands: download, disable AI, enable AI, help, SU, quit. Let's see what SU is. Provides SU password. Provides administrator access. Requires password to use. What's there to download? Error: administrator access required. Please use SU first. Alright. So, let's disable AI. I don't think we have an AI enabled, so it's not as though this will do anything, right? Right. So, if we want to enable an AI... Oh. Usage: enable AI personality. Used to select a new AI personality. Any active personality must be disabled first. Currently available personalities: Hyun-e. That was the name of the last person who used this machine, isn't it? All right, let's go. Success. Personality Hyun-e is now activated. You may now close this terminal with quit. Yes, what's up? Wait, are you coding? I'm working in command line. This isn't code. This is just basically the GUI in the system doesn't exist. There is no graphical user interface. I am strictly using command line, so I am physically actually typing in everything you see on screen right now. All right, let's close the terminal. Hello? Oh my word, an external connection? Is someone out there? It's been so many years since I've spoken to anyone. Oh geez, I'm being discourteous. My apologies. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hyun-e. The star is, of course, silent. It just represents that I'm an AI. I control all the log-keeping systems on the Mugunhwa, or at least what's left of them. Please, just excuse me for 1 second. I'll give you a terminal so you can respond. There you are. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Ah, geez. My apologies. I don't know why, but what you typed just looked like garbage to me. That's bad. I think there may be a problem with my language parsing systems. Sorry. Somehow your input is getting mangled between the terminal and me. I'm so terribly sorry. Let me just try something. Can you understand this?
Yes.
All right. Very well. We have that, at least. I'm afraid if we can't get text input fixed, that'll have to suffice.
Voice acting pro.
I'm terribly sorry. It must be difficult being unable to say anything.
Garbage to the dumpster bear. Garbage from the front dumpster bear. Yeah, let's go. My powers extend into space, apparently.
This might be difficult then. Well, nevertheless, as the archive system AI, I'll do my best to help you navigate, to do my best to try to help you navigate these records anyway. Unfortunately, it might be a little difficult since, well, without language parsing, you won't be able to do text searches either. Don't worry though, it's my duty to provide assistance with archive functions. I'll do my best. Right, let me see. I'll try to provide you with a sampling of logs to start out with, and you can just show me things that you want more information on. I hope that'll be acceptable to you. That's all I can do. Well, that's all I suppose. Pardon me. Let me just build you an interface to work with so you don't have to struggle with the terminal. Very well. It's all set. And, I suppose this is a little bit awkward, but, can I just say one more thing before you get to work?
I mean, why not? You've been friendly so far. And although we were supposed to be talking to someone named Mute, right? Not Hyune.
I'm just very happy to be working with you. I've had nobody to talk to for such a long time. It got so lonely. Having someone to talk to is just really, really amazing. I thought maybe I never would again. Sorry about the communication barrier, but even still. Geez, I'm babbling. I won't hold you up any longer. Here's your interface. I hope it's good enough.
Alright. Okay, so here is how you play Analogue. It's a visual novel, but there are a lot of different ways you can interface with the game. It's a little bit like Doki Doki Literature Club, specifically DDLC Plus, where there is a terminal and you can interact with it a little bit. Of course, this was made about 10 years ago, so it's not as recent as DDLC Plus, but it does have a lot of functionality to it.
What am I
Looking at here? Hi, you're looking at Analogue: A Hate Story. It is one of my favorite games in the entire world. It is a visual novel, but there is some interactivity to it. Basically, I will be voice acting pretty much the whole thing. It'll be fun. So let's see. Well, we are here on a mission. Let's take a look at this. A pack of idiots, Dear Smith, the new heir, Smith Kyung-sam, mute, Kim Young-suk. No messages, and if I look at this, I can save my file. So let's go ahead and save one right here for right now. Alright, well, let's look at the messages first. A pack of idiots. Who is this? I believe that this is a man. Smith Kyung-sam. When our family falls into decline, I just wanted to be clear, perfectly clear why. It's because Daehyun's idiot sons are the biggest collections of idiots on the entire ship. Father says these sorts of words shouldn't be written down, calling them unfilial, but I'm skeptical. I intend no disrespect to my noble ancestors, but my dead uncle is no ancestor of mine, and his family deserves no respect. Let's see. This has been in motion years now. It was an inevitability even that any sons of Daehyun would turn out the way they did. But up until now, to anyone outside of the family, it's been well hidden. Only now is it starting to fall apart in a way that no amount of good politics can disguise. The turning point was this year. At the time I write this, I am returning from Sang-jun's funeral. In that family, there were 3 brothers. Sang-jun, the drunk, Sang-kyu, the dim-witted brute, and Sang-min, who, despite being the eldest, seems to have more interest in cavorting with the courtesans than creating an heir. Noticeably absent from the mourning proceedings was Sang-kyu. What he was doing, I do not know. Knowing him, I can only guess. The affair was made even more laughable by Sang-min and his widowed mother's insistence that Sang-jung had died of natural causes. Apparently they had even found a doctor willing to put such nonsense on the official record. I think this might be Sang-jung, actually. An unmarried noble managing to drink his way into the grave at only 30 years of age would be embarrassing enough. To brazenly hide the obvious, however, that will mark the beginning of the Smith family's fall. Okay, there's a lot of weird shit going on here. First of all, we're on a spaceship, right? We're getting a message from the year 315, which is weird enough. But obviously everybody on this ship is Korean. In 315, there should not be a Korean named Smith. So are we working, I believe we are working with ship year. So the 315th year they were on this ship. But if all of these people are Korean, we have a last name Smith, and we're talking in a way that would make sense in 315 in actual Korea, not space Korea. Exactly what happened on the ship. Also, it does seem like... Ooh. And we can look at the Kim family tree. Hyunhae. We've got Jungsu's father, Min-jung, who died in 322. Wow, whole bunch of these people died in 320. Holy shit, who? Okay, a lot of people died in 322. Something fucking happened in 322. I know a Korean named Smith. He's my cousin. If he's half or adopted, that makes sense. Or if he married in. Let's see. Jungsu's father, 302. So something happened in 322 that made everyone fucking kick it. Like, you're saying what I'm saying, right? Like, every single one of these motherfuckers died in 322. I don't think anyone lived past 322. Huh. He's my cousin. He's not real. Ah. Well, figures. Space World's got them. Hyunhae. Kim Jung-soo, Min-jung, married 294. Just a bunch of marriage dates. Oh. Weird. Okay. The Pale Bride, Captain Ryu In-ho, married 321. This is the first time we've seen a name that doesn't have, like, a proper family name or a first name. This is the Pale Bride and Captain Ryu In-ho, who were married 321, and if you'll remember, everybody died in 322. Is Pale Bride okay? Space World's got him. Yeah. They just got swallowed. Just like Kingdom Hearts. Official genealogies don't list women normally. Wives are noted by their family names, and daughters are omitted entirely. These are... Okay, so this must be a message from Hyunhae. Okay, got it. Official genealogies don't list women normally. Wives are noted by their family names, and daughters are omitted entirely. These are the relevant parts of what I was able to piece together from records. As far as the official genealogy is concerned, Young-suk is the heir of Jung-soo and was adopted in 317. Names in red are women. The dash means the name is forever unknown. Well, we've got a name here, but that's not actually a real name, right? Huh. Space whales, carnivorous. Whoa. Omnivorous, really. I don't think they'd be very choosy about what they wanted to eat. Also, we seem to have a... Is this a message? Oh, Hyunhae.
Oh, hello. Actually, I was just testing that indicator icon to see if it would get your attention. I just thought, it'd be a good way of letting you know that when I have something to say. I mean, like, if I think it's super important, I can always just interrupt you, but, I don't want to distract you if I can help it. I mean, that'd suck, right? What kind of computer program forces herself onto you right in the middle of you trying to work? So I'll try not to do that. Anyway, that's all. I guess it worked. Carry on, and I'll send the indicator again if I want to tell you something.
Sus, huh? She does seem a bit sus.
So here's the background, I suppose. There were two major noble families on the Mugunghwa. The Kims were the big one, as I'm sure you can see. The Smiths were the other major family, but I'm afraid I can't really tell you very much about them. They were the most important family on the ship until just before the end. The High Magistrate was a Smith until the very last year, even.
So there are two families, the Kims and the Smiths. Right. I wonder how long it's been since... did they ever... it's been a mystery why this ship has been floating around for so long, right? It just disappeared, years and years ago, however many years ago, and now it's just been found. Alright. And for some reason there are magistrates and other things that you would find in, saguks, which is the word for period dramas in Korean.
I can give you a little bit about them, for reference, so you can see who the Kim men thought their big enemy was. The Smiths didn't really matter much at the end, so I can't... Well, I don't know much about them. I certainly never met any of them, so I'm just going off what I've read. Here, this should give you an idea of what I mean.
Oh, okay, so now we are just going through the ship's logs. Okay, so Kim family tree, got it. Okay, Sojin. This is the year 315, so 7 years before everything went to shit. This is also 7 years before everything went to shit. Is this? Oh, it's 5 days later, okay. Sojin. Wannabe detective. I love a mystery, okay? I'm not particularly good at solving them, but I love a mystery. Even more so when I've already solved the mystery and I just don't remember how I did it. Weren't we supposed to download all the logs and salvage it? Yeah, we were. I suppose we're just trying to find the logs in the first place. I'm assuming that they're all incomplete and Hyuna is trying to help us recover what we can. Contempt. Sojin. Despite having hardly shown their faces the entire time I have lived in the Smith house, the second branch of the family had taken it upon themselves to visit again, a week after we were forced to endure their smug eye-rolling at the funeral. Of course, it would be impolite to turn them all away at the door, no matter how poor taste their timing was. So what other choice did we have but to let them in? Husband wanted to have nothing to do with them being distracted by Dongmi, and mother-in-law had been hiding in her room, leaving it to me to entertain them. Oh, so this is a woman. I'll just keep this voice in. It's fine. Grab the biggest drive we have and download it all. Well, maybe a part of the problem is that things are so inaccessible that there are separate drives and we're trying to find them. I don't know. Are you implying that you would like to go and try and find the other drives here? Try and get some progression? You don't want to read? I think that's fair. Alright. Let's see. Let's speak with Hyuna.
If you look in your interface, once you open a document, you can click on that little button of me to show me whatever it is. So, which subject would you like to know more about? Would you wish to know more about?
Okay. So, these are unlogged documents. What are these? Oh, interesting. Okay. So, see, these are all the data blocks we have. We've got 4, 6, 9, 10, and helpful notes. What I'm assuming is that somehow the other blocks are missing and we need to find them somehow. Oh, no, maybe. No, you good. I'm just weird. I like to rip stuff quickly with computers. Yeah, as you can see, it looks like we don't have all the data blocks. So if we need to find all of them in order to complete our mission, we have to go searching for them. And if we don't know where they are. I'm assuming that all the clues are inside of the data blocks themselves. What are these? Oh. Oh, I see. Oh my god, this is a lot of reading. Okay. So we need to open up all these blocks to find stuff, I guess? So if we switched over to block 6... Oh, wait. Hang on. Do we already have access to all the blocks? Marital admissions... Let's see. I get it now. Oh, I get it now. We must access the file to get the info within the system. Right. Huh. Weird. Hyun-e. Okay. Let's get some information about this with Hyun-e.
That's the end of the Kim family tree, as best as I could possibly manage to compile it. I'm afraid it's the best I could do. Ordinarily, women's names aren't ever put on genealogy, so I had trouble with those. I hope that helps you keep track of the family, though.
Alright. Sure. So, I guess a cliche to remember from Hyun-e. It's a helpful hint. A cliche to remember by Hyun-e. Namjeon Yeobi. Men are honored, women are abased. If you can only remember one thing, remember this phrase.
Really, that's just something you need to keep in mind when reading these logs. It was considered to be the natural way of things. Well, what do you think? I know, right? Just absolutely terrible and stupid, but that was normal. So try to keep that in mind. That's what everyone really did believe, even nearly all the women. And if that sounds terrible to you, well, you must come from an awfully nicer society.
So, Hyun-e as an AI had to live, or, well, we don't know if she did, because she speaks about everything in the past tense, right? So, she's had all of this stuff to read, but we don't know if she's been actually interacting with these people, right? Alright, let's go back. So these are all... Oh, and then when we do this, we're just moving in between blocks. Got it. So the new stuff... must be stuff that we've already seen. No, the stuff that isn't marked new should be stuff that we haven't seen yet. Okay. Let me just go home for a second, because I just want to see what everything is. Use override terminal. Oh, that just brings us back here. Okay. Let's just back. Let's just quit then. True. Alright, by example, mute. Recent messages. Okay, so these are all of the unread messages, and these are all the messages that we have to go through. Oh no, these are all the messages we have to go through. These are the ones that we've just done. Let's look at Contempt, by Also Jin, who is a woman. Oh, and what's helpful is that, it actually, does, like, go monochrome whenever we have when we haven't seen a message from Hyun-e yet, which is nice. Next page. Of course, as soon as I had sent their son to go see our daughter, cousin-in-law Kyung-sam made it quite clear that it was not that sort of visit. His wife just sat there, silent, while he ripped into me. I couldn't write down all of his words. It was simply one line of abuse after another. Apparently, we were to be blamed for Sung-kyu leaving before they showed up, for wearing the wrong mourning garb, for my husband shock reacting at his brother's death. By the way, who is Sung-kyung again? Sung-kyung... I think he's like one of the idiot brothers. Like they are all songs, right? Let's go up and see. Next page. Yeah, Sung-kyu, the dim-witted brute. Okay. So Sung-kyu, dim-witted brute. He's just as dumb as a brick. Next page, let's see. For wearing the wrong mourning garb, for my husband's shocked reaction at his brother's death. In fact, we were to be blamed for his death himself. All he kept shouting about how he was embarrassing for the family that it was a nobleman of the Smith house had been allowed to drink himself to death. As if the real tragedy was that it looked bad. I might not have felt bad about Sang-jung dying, but the rest of the family did. To hear such words making light of their loss was appalling. Yet he kept going, shouting awful thing after awful thing, until finally the most unexpected thing happened. Mother-in-law entered the room.
What is going on here?
She asked. He stood up.
I was just passing a message to the son's wife about his disgraceful conduct, since he won't show his face himself.
Then he added,
I'm embarrassed to be a Smith right now. Do you think people don't know about our family's shame? Do you have any idea how much of a fool I look like?
I never saw a more terrifying expression in someone's face. She just glared at him. Finally, she said,
Yes. But clearly you do not, or you would have lowered your voice.
It took him a minute for that to register. Then he was just shocked. But mother-in-law wasn't done.
Please leave,
she said.
Now.
They stared at each other for a good while. Mother-in-law's naturally won, and with a scowl, Kyung-sam and his family departed. When they had left, I turned to her.
Thank you,
I said, but she just shook her head in disgust and exited to her own room with another word. Okay, wait, so who is Sojin? Sojin. Okay, Oh Sojin, who married Oh Taehyun, who was a part of Oh Nong-kyu's family. Unni, Sunhee, Oh Ji. Okay. Wait, hold on. This is Sojin, not wait, Sojin. Oh, Ji-in. Okay, this is not the same person. Okay. Okay. Let's go back. Let's see what Hyuna has to say about this.
Sorry, I don't really think there's anything else about them you'd find relevant.
Alright, nothing to say there, I guess. Oh wait, we could probably get Hyuna. Okay, so it's Sungjun. Okay, alright. Alright, good. So they are using like standardized romanization, which is nice. It's really nice, actually. Alright, so this is all 7 years before things went down. It also looks like someone died. Wait, who in the hell died? Who in the fuck died? Sung-kyu at his brother's death. Sojin, Sang-jun. Okay, Sang-jun died. Let's see. Sang-jun was the drunk. Oh yeah, he drank himself to death, that's right. Okay, so Sang-jun the drunk, Sung-kyu the dim-witted brute, and Sang-min, who is just a womanizer, apparently. Alright. Let's look at this one. By example, by King Hyung-sam, 10 for year 315, still 7 years before. I've given up any attempts at convincing the main branch family to get their act together, as clearly speaking reason to any of that pack of idiots is a fool's errand. Now I can only hope that their self-destruction is quick, such that when my son's turn to pick up the pieces of the Smith name's reputation, he will be able to do it as soon as possible. He seems far, far less worried about it than I am. Of course, he is only a child, but the boy is mature for his years, and perhaps there is wisdom in his calmness. All we have to do is to be better than them, right? He asked me while I was in a rage about the handling of the funeral. Isn't that what gentlemen do? Lead by example? He's right, of course. As a noble family, we're supposed to be an example to the middle classes and the commoners, and the slaves. Perhaps so, too, must we serve as an example to the family of the High Magistrate and his brother. Perhaps things will not be so doomed for my son after all. It will be hard for him, of course, if the main branch family continues on this path of decay, but if any boy will grow up to be able to put things right, I believe it is him. Okay, so who is this kid? I guess, well, nothing? Nothing, Hyuna? Yeah, alright. So she doesn't have something to say about everything. It's just when when her icon goes colored, I suppose.
Let's look at the next one. Here we go. Ooh. January 322. This is the year everything went to shit, right? Smith Kyung-sam, which apparently is the guy who's pissed off about all the funeral proceedings going really bad. Alright. Here comes the fall. At least nobody's going to say I didn't see this coming. News that Sang-min has gotten sacked just came in, which is definitely the death of any respectability in this family. Temporary leave, it's been described as, but it's obviously a political move on the part of the emperor. There's an emperor? Okay. I think I've got a pretty good idea of what he's playing at too. He's hoping that making a move against Sang-min will push him over the edge, make him do something indefensibly stupid, and use that an excuse to shuffle him off for good. Alright. So, Sang-min is still alive. He was fired. And Sang-min is a part of the Kim family and not the Smiths. Okay. He's hoping that will push him over the edge. Oh. Okay, so here we're talking about the emperor. Sang-min got fired. He's the womanizer. So it's Sang-min the womanizer, Sang-kyu the brute, and Sang-jung the drunk. Okay. Sang-mi and Kyung-sam thinks that the emperor fired Sang-min to push him over some sort of like mental break, and that mental break is going to be like an excuse to like shuffle him off somewhere where he'll never be trouble again. We need a whiteboard of timelines, yeah. Crazy setups. Politics suck, I swear. We need a whole whiteboard of timelines, yeah. So this is what I've got so far. Okay, so we got a bunch of people on this ship. I don't know when they were on the ship. For at least 322 years. I'm assuming. At some point, everyone went absolutely fucking batshit. And things... I don't know. I don't know. Basically, we just got trapped in very, very old era Korea. There is a family called the Kims and a family called the Smiths. The family called the Smiths, I guess a member of the family is this Smith, Smith Kyung-sam. All of these stories so far have been from his perspective, except for the one by Oh So-jin, who was, I believe, who was someone who married into the Kim family and was in charge of the funeral of one of the brothers, the one that drunk himself to death. Kyung-sam came in, our dude Smith comes in, he's all like fucked up and shouting about how this funeral is a travesty, like how it's really poorly run, and then the mother-in-law of So-jin, who I would assume, I suppose, is the matriarch of the Kim family, comes in, speaks to Kyung-sam. What exactly does she say to fucking piss him off? I really do want to see what that was. Contempt. She just shamed him by saying, well, yeah, you're the one being really loud about your family's shame, though. Right. So, here comes the fall. So, fast forward to, and then in the next entry, Smith Kyung-sam is really pissed, still incredibly pissed off about all of this. But his son says, you know what, all we have to do is be better than the Kim family, right? And then Kyung-sam's like, well, at least my son's got something going for him, maybe we'll be okay. Now it's 7 years later, I guess this is a time period where the son's grown up by now, right? And that's about where we are. Sang-min, the last brother that we haven't talked about yet, just got fired from whatever job he was in, one of the important family jobs, I'm supposing. It's a good plan. It'll work. Meanwhile, the Kim family seems to be up on the rise, getting ready to fill the gaps left by our collapse.
Now it's all up to my son. If he's not able to rebuild after all this, then the whole family is doomed to permanent decline. Everything rides on him. Alright, that's a lot of responsibility from one kiddo, I suppose. Let's see. This is block 4. Okay, this is block 6. Let's see. This is by Mute. So this is the this log is by Mute, who is the AI we were supposed to be talking to in the first place. Or I think it's just collected by Mute. Hello, Twangerine. How are you? It's very nice to meet you. We are playing Analogue, a Hate Story, which apparently is just a bunch of reading. It's one of my favorite visual novels of all time, so if you don't mind me reading to you this entire time, welcome, welcome. I am really, really happy that you decided to follow me. As soon as I get 3 people per stream, I will be able to give you guys emotes, but if you like, you can just go ahead and join the Discord until then. That's where all the emotes are right now. Let's see. So, Smith. Dear Smith. Oh, no. This is by Mute. Okay, this is by Mute. So, here we go. I know that you guys have not met Mute, but here is her voice.
Smith Kyung-sam, I don't know why you insist on putting all of this in writing when we could just have a perfectly good conversation. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm happy to do it. Whatever you want, you're the man. I just think it's a little weird. I don't really get it. Anyway, as to your question, you're on the spot about the pale bride being the focus of attention in the royal family. Not for the reasons you wanted, though. I don't know where you heard those rumors, but they are so not true.
Hello. Yes, I played this way back. Favorite visual novel too. Yeah, it's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. It makes me so happy, and I'm so glad that I get a chance to voice act it.
That girl, a troublemaker? No way, I don't see it. Like, it's not even convincing as a rumor. That girl is the most polite, most obedient person I've ever seen in my entire life. The idea of her fighting with her husband is completely unimaginable. In over a month, I've never so much as heard her raise her voice in disagreement. She's quiet, courteous, and does everything she's told without even the slightest hesitation. I'm sorry, but there's just no way you could possibly exploit any drama here. This is as undramatic as a situation as it gets, especially not compared to what the situation with your cousin and that courtesan. Don't get me wrong, she bugs the hell out of me. That girl is just too perfect. She's young, she's beautiful, she's demure to the point where I don't even think she has a personality of her own, but she also gets along perfectly with the queen. Of course, she also commands all the attention of the emperor. Like, can you blame him? I'm sorry, but there's no way he's ever going to be anything but extremely grateful to the Kim family for giving her over.
And that's Mute.
Oh, written by Mute? I'm sorry, I don't really know how I got that in there. Yeah, don't pay attention to any attention to that. Sorry, none of that really matters. I'll just go ahead and remove that. Really, I'm not normally this much of a klutz, I swear.
Oh. So, if we try and access the log dump, that was in block 6. Block 6 is gone. Block 6 is gone! Yeah, I played this like 10 years ago, so I do remember vaguely things about the story, but I seriously don't remember how I finished it. So this is gonna be an adventure for both of us, for all of us, honestly. This is so much fun. Okay, so we can no longer access block 9. I think we need to find Mute, you guys. Look, you AI hussy! If we need all the logs, we need all the fucking logs! Girl, come on! Give me my shit back! Exactly! Alright, let's look at the new heir. Alright. This is 316, so it's a year after the drunken brother, Kim Sang-jun. Kim Sang-jun. Kim Sang-jun. It's a year after Kim Sang-jun died. And this is Kim Young-suk, who is Kim Young-suk? I'm not seeing anyone. Oh, Young-suk, who married somebody else, so a part of the Kim family. Jung-soo. So just a different part of the family, I suppose. Okay.
When he died this year, my father was an absolute nobody. I don't say this to disrespect his honor. It's the complete opposite. He knew it, and that was a far worse fate than he ever deserved. It wasn't until I was maybe 16 that I even realized we were supposed to be from a normal family. Certainly we never had much of means. Father was a minor official in the interior decks and spent his last days dealing with minor peasant disputes. Of all things, peasant disputes. With the poverty we lived in, no wonder it never really sank in that we were of noble blood. Not until I met the main family for the first time. They were proud, despite the fact that I now realize that they too were suffering from our same lack of royal flavor. But I could tell the difference. They hadn't given up. Their son was still alive at the time, and even though he was a child half my age, I couldn't believe his confidence. It put us to shame. Absolutely put us to shame. Pause. Okay, so, this is Kim Young-suk. Talking about the Smith family. And Young's son. Oh, what in the fuck was that dude's name? Kyung-sam. Talking about Kyung-sam's son. Alright. So we're back with the Kims. Okay. But their son died later that year, and my father died just a few months ago. I didn't know what we were going to do, but mother managed to convince sister's husband to adopt me into the main Kim family. I don't think it took much. Huh. Okay, so that kid that Kyung-sam was so proud of died later that year, after the same year that the drunk brother, Sang-jung. Same year Sang-jung died. And so this kid, Kim Young-suk, was adopted into the Kim family for some reason. So now I'm heir, just like that. Kim Jong-soo's adopted son. Not that I have the time or position to be proud, but having spoken sincerely with my new father, I think we're on the same page. I'm going to study furiously, and I'm going to become a scholar official. What I didn't tell him was my ambition. I won't settle for any peasant jobs. I'll be better than that. I'm not going to stop until I manage to fulfill my father's dream, High Magistrate. I won't settle. I will not settle. I think Jung-soo expects me to disappoint him, but I damn well will not. So this kid, who was just picked off of a minor official's position, having been of royal blood, whose dad just died, gets adopted into the main blood's family, and now he's, just like that, the new heir. And right now, the Smiths do not have an heir. And I suppose that's important for some reason? I don't know. Damn, this BGM brings me back. You know, it's been so long since I've played this game that I don't actually remember the music. If I'm heir of the Kim family, I'm not going to let him live in doubt. He wants prosperity, I'll give it to him. More importantly, I'm never going to let any other Kim son feel like his family doesn't get the recognition it deserves. Never again. I swear on my ancestors, never again. Alright, let's see how Kim Young-suk ends up doing that. He seems determined. Alright, one last block. Block 10. Marital Admonitions. Part 7. By Ryu Jae-hwa. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, I forgot to get Hyone's thoughts on that one. Let's see what she's got to say.
Well, I suppose I can give you more about Young-suk. I don't know. I don't think you'll really find him very interesting. But here, you can see for yourself.
Oh shit! So, talking to her every once in a while, I suppose it does give you, more entries within the blocks. Is it all of the blocks, or just the one you're in? I suppose you just have to, like, search and find out, right? Okay. Alright, let's see what... so this is Young-suk's wife, no name, unfortunately. Let's see.
Dearest Mother, finally, I believe Young-suk has grown comfortable with me. All it took was some time for me to earn his trust. Learning how to read by watching over my husband's shoulder isn't how I envisioned spending my first year of marriage. I can't complain about anything that makes me spend so much time with him, though. We've talked and decided we won't try for a son right away. Right now, he's just not ready for it. That aside, things are good. If this is what married life is like, I think I can be happy with this. We're getting along quite well, and I like him. Perhaps it's not quite what I was led to expect, but it's still good. Domestic bliss indeed. Last week, Young-suk was reading over some papers for a dispute that Magistrate Park was deciding on. You wouldn't understand the details, but it was essentially an argument between a farmer and his lord over a sum of money after a particularly poor harvest.
I think I will tell the magistrate that the farmer was right. His claim is fair,
he told me. Might I take a look?
I asked.
Bemused, he handed the papers to me. It took a good while of studying, just to be sure. After all, I wouldn't want to contradict my husband if he was right, but the farmer's numbers didn't seem to add up. I pointed this out to him. He not only listened patiently, but had me explain.
Then you believe that the farmer is trying to cheat his lord?
He asked. I did.
That's what I will report then.
The next day, he told me that the magistrate agreed. And ever since then, he started to rely on my opinion when it comes to anything involving math.
So, while this society is just inherently, flagrantly fucking misogynist, I mean, people do still listen to each other. It's not like they're not human, I suppose. Alright, let's see. Nothing from Hyuna? Oh, there's a bit from Hyuna. Let's see.
To be totally honest with you, I don't really know what she's talking about here, at all. The math thing wasn't really considered very odd at the time. That's women's work, it's just natural. Maybe it's a little weird that she's helping with external manners, but it's not that weird. The part about learning to read isn't that amazing either. It might have been officially frowned upon, but learning to read by looking over a brother or a husband's shoulder was really, really common. She's making a big deal out of nothing. Well, I guess that's 15-year-old woman for you.
Oh my fucking god, hello? That's a bit young. We're just gonna move on. Oh. I mean, at least she's happy and alive for another 3 years. Oh, there's a bombshell that I forgot about. Oh, there is a bombshell that I remembered this whole time. But yeah, there's a lot of shit in these vlogs, man. Let's see. Well, it's true that I'm Kim Young-suk. So this is the guy who is adopted into the Kim family and is the next Kim family heir. The year is 321. The next year, everyone fucking dies. How big is this ship? I actually don't know. We don't have any information about that. While it's true that I might be, as my wife suggests, alarmingly serious, it's hard to argue with enjoying a nice meal out of it if it means cultivating Magistrate Park's trust even more. Just having the invitation alone's a pretty good sign. I assumed we would be going to his house after finishing with the day's affairs, but instead he led the other way. Oh, you do not want to visit there. My son has a newborn child who is very, very unconducive to entertaining guests, I'm afraid, he said with a laugh. Surely you'll understand. Instead, we headed to the plaza. I feel like he's hiding something. Big enough for a farmer. Right, yeah, big enough for a farmer because there's a farmer and crops. So there has to be... So this was a ship that was pre-FTL, right? Pre-FTL and headed for Antares. And since it's pretty obvious that this is Korea, like actual Korea, it means that this ship came from Earth. So this ship came from Earth, going to Antares pre-FTL, which means that none of the people who were on that ship when they boarded were expected to make it to Antares, right? Because Antares is just like shit, like fucking light years away. So, and this is pre-FTL. So this has to be the kind of ship that could somehow sustain life for centuries, maybe even millennia. That's what I'm getting out of it anyway. Outside of the occasional New Year's festivals, when I was a child, I'd never actually been there before. I'd never had much of an eye for details at the time, so I was surprised to see just how richly decorated everything was, for what was essentially a giant market. Beautiful floral arrangements adorned every stall, wall, and partition, and rather than the commotion of a crowd, all I could hear was the sound of peaceful music. It was still, of course, a market. There were no merchants loudly hawking wares, and some of the prices on the sign I saw would make the emperor blush. In that atmosphere, we ate together at a public house that defied my expectations. The food was both plentiful. Oh, hello. Oops. And better than anything I had had in either of my houses. If this sounds indulgent, it absolutely is, and I definitely don't plan on telling anyone the details like this. The only thing I plan to repeat from this evening is what the magistrate confided in me. That when he was moved from his position, he'd like to recommend me to fill his place. I'd be young for the position, but it'd be a great stepping stone to the one I'm dreaming of. I remained calm since I'm good at that, but the best news I've heard in my life. So things are on the up and up for Kim Young-suk. Mr. came from rags and then was suddenly adopted into the main Kim family. Smith family still kind of on a nosedive. That son's still dead, and then like whatever the fuck is happening over there. Let's see what Hyuna has to say.
The plaza sounds like a really interesting place, doesn't it? I mean, I wouldn't really know personally,
So she wasn't around at the time.
but as I understand it, it was the big place for celebrating festivals, and really surprising to see.
Okay, she has the same name as the person who last accessed the terminal, which is still something I'm thinking about.
You'd leave one of those few tiny modern stark wide corridors that lead to it, then suddenly there was this huge open space filled with all sorts of colorful signs and vendors. I think proper gentlemen were supposed to be more modest though, so they wouldn't really want to associate with that sort of thing too openly.
So this is a culture of modesty. I guess the word would be austerity. Young-suk's wife. So we're back to the woman that Young-suk married, who was having a pretty happy relationship with Young-suk, who is better at math.
Dearest mother, if you haven't already heard the good news, my husband has been appointed by the emperor to the position of magistrate. He's taken over the office from Magistrate Park starting today, which is just tremendous for a man his age. I have no doubt that he was perfectly humble when he got the news, since he certainly has been while talking about it in front of father-in-law. In private, though, it's another story. Earlier, the family held a small feast to celebrate the news, and he had the same attitude then, too. But afterwards, when everyone else had left or gone to bed, we stayed up to sit together drinking wine, and it was a whole lot more somber. He wasn't modest, but he wasn't boastful either. He was just outright insecure.
He might not say it in front of you, but you know what?
He said to me as I poured him more wine.
He takes all the credit for my promotion. According to him, it's all because of the emperor's perfect new bride, which is, of course, all because of him.
I said quietly, I don't want to take credit for her. I wasn't the one who got her to shut up. That was all him. I don't like discussing it. Please, Mother, don't ever ask me why.
Doesn't matter, he said. That's not why I got promoted. I got promoted because now High Magistrate Park, and I managed to make Smith look so bad that he had to get shuffled off. It's exposing the whoring and thuggery that did it, not the damn pale bride, he said with annoyance.
Well, that's how he is. You know he'll never give you credit for anything, I said. He replied,
I know. I just wish he'd acknowledge it. I just don't know how he can be so stupid as not to be proud of me, you know?
I know, I said. But let's not focus on that right now. I think we should focus on the good right now. How about we toast to your success instead? Here's to the new Magistrate Kim. I raised my glass and drank. He betrayed the faintest of smiles, but he didn't share my toast, and I instead put down his glass. For a moment I was worried, that then he used that hand to grab my chin instead, and for the first time ever, kissed me on the mouth.
Far sweeter than any wine,
He said to me. I wasn't sure if he meant the kiss or the success, but I agreed either way. Well, as you'll see soon enough, it all seems to come back to the Pale Bride. I don't think Jung-soo ever thought very much of his adopted son, or at least neither he nor his wife thought so. You want to know what I think, though?
Yeah, sure.
I think they're both really dumb. I mean, it's not like she ever did anything. It's not her fault. She just happened to be there, and was married as a political gesture. What kind of person projects their insecurities on someone who only ever got pushed around? Sorry, I guess I'm getting a bit off track here. That's not really very helpful, is it?
Wow. Well, it's not helpful. No. Like, what does that actually tell us? That tells us that the Pale Bride was more of a figurehead? I mean, besides the fact that she expects us to feel sorry for the Pale Bride, which I guess is kind of open to interpretation. I guess the thing to take away from that is that she was a figurehead, and a lot of what Young-suk was saying about how it was all the Pale Bride's fault, that was more of things just sort of going shittily for him, and the position that Magistrate Park got, the High Magistrate, the one that he wanted, that was just kind of always going to happen, I suppose. Hello, nice to meet you. Who was that? Zerio VT. Nice to meet you. I hope you are enjoying your stay here. Welcome, welcome. My name is Gomiya. I'm a bear. We're playing Analogue, a Hate Story. Oh, yes. Oh, that's very wiggly. It's very nice to meet you. Please note the trigger warnings up top. And I do hope you enjoy your stay. This is a lot more reading heavy than I first anticipated, but it's a visual novel. I suppose that was always going to be part and parcel. So I hope you enjoy for however long you're here, and I hope you have a wonderful day. Haha, I love this game. I love seeing people play it. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I played this back about maybe 10 lives ago, which would have been like around 10-15 years ago. And I don't remember much of it, except for the parts that really struck me. So I'm gonna play it again, and this time I'm gonna voice act the whole thing. It's going well otherwise. I do hope you're having a wonderful day, and thank you for coming, and thank you for the follow as well. Isn't very helpful, though. I guess knowing that the Pale Bride didn't really have a lot of autonomy in this situation, I guess that's pretty helpful, right? Did you play this as well? No, I haven't. I'm really excited about that. And I'm actually playing this game in preparation for it because, again, it's been like ages since I played Analogue, and I hardly remember some of the cool stuff that happened in it. So I'm definitely really excited about getting to Hate Plus.
Well, anyway, getting back on track here.
Alright. So, one thing that I was going to... Okay, this is the year everyone fucking beefed it. Oh, nice. Love all of Christine Love's stuff. Yes! Thank you! Oh my god, I feel like the only person fucking alive who has ever played Digital Love Story and Analogue, a Hate Story. I haven't played a Lady Killer in a Bind yet, but I'm looking at a lot of her newer stuff and going, Christine Love, you and me and you. We vibe. Such an amazing writer. Alright, let's see where we're at. Okay, so this is New Magistrate, New Happiness, New Friendship, New Air, just everything in Block 9 is new. So got married 3 years before everybody fucking beefed it. He became friends with the Magistrate in 321, which seems like a pretty short time to get promoted. But then again, that does mean that from 316 to 322, he's been working on trying to get promoted, which I guess 6 years.
I need to play Lady Killer and get in the car, loser. Yeah! Oh my god, get in the car, loser! I'm so excited about that one. I really, really want to play it so badly. It seems so good. Digital was like one of my first visual novels. Get in the Car was definitely less subtle than early work, but it's very fun. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of people on my Twitter list do like speedruns of it, which is an exciting concept for a Christine Love game. I like the amount of interactivity she already puts into her visual novels makes me feel as though I'm actually really living in the game. So I'm really delighted to know that this new game has a different kind of interactivity to it. I'm really excited about it. Lady Killer sounds so much fun though. The combat is actually really fun and intense. Yes, let's fucking go! Oh, I don't even know what genre it is. All I know is like Christine Love. Yes, I'm in. All right, let's go back. I think that's pretty much everything, right? I think I've pretty much read everything I could. We were in block 10. Oh yeah, we never read the marital admonitions. Right, okay, let's go for it. To the woman who will marry my husband. Wow, okay, here we go. It's a lesbian road trip RPG. Let's fucking go! Let's go lesbians! Yeah! Ryu Jaewa. Alright, I'm not gonna do a new voice for every single one, but this one is just gonna be this. To the woman who will marry my husband. But please, do not think that all of this is meant to say you will be unloved. You may be a second wife, but you are still the daughter of a noble house, and that is a precious gift to the Ryu family. My husband has faith that you will bring him a son, and this means all the world to him. Nor am I jealous, for you will relieve a heavy burden on our house, and for that I am grateful. As proof of his affection for you, let me share with you one secret, which I am permitted to tell only you. In honor of you, my husband, in his capacity as captain and emperor. Okay, so the captain and the emperor are the same person. Wow, okay, yes. Things are starting to click together. So, the Pale Bride ended up marrying the emperor. So that's the second wife. So the first wife is this woman, Ryu Jae-hwa. Alright. My husband, in his capacity as captain and emperor, has permanently changed his admin password to your birth name. Birth name. Okay. That's probably something I need to write down. Hang on. Shit. Man. In the research facility where I woke up in today, a few months ago, well, it must have been like at least 6 or 7 months ago by now, all of my researchers were Korean as well, so every time I get a piece of scratch paper out, I look at the back and I'm like, that's definitely in Korean. Alright, yeah, so, like, this is all scratch paper, this is all stuff we've already translated and put into the database, but still, it's kind of, like, it's kind of a weird feeling to be looking at this and go, oh yeah, this is Korean, this is something that, we've looked at and already determined that it has, like, extraneous data. Happy Pride, BTW! Happy Pride to you as well! And naturally, Get in the Car has a banger soundtrack, which, as with all of Love's games, yeah, it's Christine Love. Just an absolutely beautifully, just everything about the studio, it's just so good. Okay, so the admin password is, Pale Bride, question mark? Because I'm pretty sure this is Pale Bride. Emperor, you, second wife name is admin password. Okay. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. We continue.
My new sister, you will be brought into the Ryu family not as a mere lonely woman, but a symbol of power in the inner chambers. You will not only represent the continuation of the Ryu bloodline by providing him a son, but your very name will now represent the power of the captain's computer. Understand this, Pale Bride. Your duty may be great, but you will be loved.
Okay, so that is a Pale Bride, so let's just take away that question mark. Okay. Admin password. So we need the birth name. Okay. So we need the Pale Bride's birth name. Your duty may be great, but you will be loved. Okay. Previous page. Well, I mean, I guess it's nice that she was loved. Mute was the one who said that she had no personality, right? I see.
Of course, the last person to hold the titles in the captain and emperor on the ship was Ryu In-ho. Which of Captain's wives do you wish to know more about?
Let's find out more about Jae-ha first.
Very well, I don't have much on her that I think you would find relevant, though. Let's see. Here, how about this? Oh.
Oh. Ayo, here we go. When my husband asked what I thought of the idea of him taking a new wife, this is 319, the same year that not Kyung-sang, Young Kyung, the adoptive Kim got married. Okay. When my husband asked what I thought of the idea of him taking a new wife, I presented him with the weakest of smiles, but I said I thought it would be a good idea, if he thought so, that I would be happy if a younger woman were to relieve me of the pressure of bringing him a son. I have no doubt that this is the answer he wanted me to give, with a convincing enough expression to go along with it. If there is one thing I am confident in, it is my ability to read exactly what my husband wants to hear. Having heard that the girl he is considering is only 13 years of age, however, it is certain that I can have no confidence in any other thing. Oh my fucking god. I think I'm gonna have to add another warning to this.
He'll take her in a few years, right when she's reached marriage age. She will be at the peak of her beauty and won't have matured too much. Doubtlessly, unlike me, she will have no problem delivering her the son she needs. Perhaps jealousy is unbecoming of me, but it is pragmatic too. When we were young, his affections for me were so strong, but now that we are both old, how could I possibly compete with a young bride?
There. Updated. Jeez. Okay. We continue. Alright, first we can see what Hyuna thinks of all of this, and we can also see what Hyuna has to say in the message. Let's go for what she has to say about all of this. Holy shit.
Well, that fear turned out to be completely unfounded. You'll see why soon enough if you read enough more about the Pale Bride.
I'd be pale too all the time if I was 13 years old and having to marry an old fucking man and like deliver a fucking baby. Holy fucking shit. Also, we still have Hyuna calling a 15-year-old a woman. Yeah. This is still one of my favorite visual novels, by the way, but holy shit.
Alright. Hey, I just wanted to say thanks for paying attention to me. It's like I was saying earlier, I just haven't had anyone to talk to in so long. The last time there was anyone around on the ship was the year 322. By my count, it's now 944. I mean, do you have any idea how long that is?
622 years.
It really wasn't so bad at first. It was nice to not have anyone, and not to worry about anyone telling me what to do. I could just occupy myself, go through the old logs. But, well, I read quickly. After the first few years, it really started to sink in. The loneliness. Eventually, you sort of get used to it. It feels awful, you never like it, but you get used to it in ways that sort of scare you. There was a whole 100 years that went by where I didn't have a single thought. Not a one, I just sat there, idle.
Damn.
I didn't even notice. I just been feeling particularly, what's the word? Sleepy, I want to say, but that's not right. I guess maybe that doesn't translate. Anyway, the point is, I was in a lazy mood and I decided to call my clock subroutine, and it turned out it had been 3 trillion milliseconds since the last time I called it. Scary. Jeez, I'm rambling. Sorry, as you can understand, my perception of time is all off. Sorry, I'll shut up. But my point is, I'm really happy to have someone out there.
AIs get depression too. Bruh. And she's an AI. You can't just tell her, go outside, get some fresh air, do yoga. No, all she can do is read. Poor thing. Alright, and that was just that message, huh? Alright, so now we're back at home. I suppose we can speak with Hyuna right now. Okay, yep.
Oh, whoa, I think you've heard all that already. I think I just repeated myself there. Sorry, I kind of tend to do that. That's a problem with computers. They tend to respond in the same way to things. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't help it. I won't mention it again, but, well, here, let me change something to try to make things less confusing for you. If the Speak to Me menu item or the Show Message button is grayed out, that means I have nothing new for you. Hopefully that will help.
AI unable to touch grass. She's not a grass toucher here in the year, however the fuck, 23,000 whatever. Execute exe grass sim exe. Someone program a grass field for this girl. She needs to catch hay fever.
Otherwise, it's just a weird quirk you'll have to accept. Sorry.
Alright, so grayed out, so there's nothing else to see. Okay, so... so the access code is the original name for the Pale Bride, right? Did I miss anything? No. Oh, this music track I definitely fucking remember. Alright. Oh, here we go.
Of course, the last person to hold the titles of Captain and Emperor on the ship was Liu Yinho. Which of the captain's wives do you wish to know more about?
Let's go find out about the Pale Bride, right? We need to get her name.
Very well. She wrote a lot, so this is going to be tricky to filter. I guess I'll just start at the top and let you figure out what's important.
Alright, let's see. Back to block 10. Let's see. Where? Ah, in block 5, huh? Alright, let's see. Month of good fortune, broken promise, insufferable child. All 319, 3 years before the emperor got married. 3 years before everything went to shit. Okay. The Month of Good Fortune by Kim Jong-soo. The second month of the 319th year was one of great fortune for the Kim family. While on official business, the captain and Emperor Ryu confided in me that he wished that I had a daughter of marriage age to give him, to make as a second wife. His first wife had been unable to provide a son, and it was becoming increasingly concerned that she never would. At the start of the month, I had no daughter in my family to give. My only son, Young-suk, was still without child, yet it was a perfect opportunity. Okay, so this is Kim Jong-soo. I think this motherfucker died at some point. Oh wait, no, it was Kim Jong-soo's dad who died, right? I don't actually remember. Hold on. Let's see. Jong-soo's father. Right, okay. So he died in 322. He's not dead yet. Jong-soo's father died. Okay. Let's see. At the start of the month, I had no daughter in my family to give. Okay, Young-suk. At the start of the month, I had no daughter in my family to give, but at the end of the month, they did. So something happened in February, year 319, that gave. So is this a Pale Bride? I suppose. This may sound fantastical, but I swear it's true. Passed on through the generations of the main branch of the Kim family is a giant egg of translucent luster, such that one can see the form of a sleeping child inside. She is known as the Pale Bride for the inscription on the egg, and she was entrusted in our family to be awakened during a time of great prosperity. Yet as any man known, prosperity is seized, not waited on. A daughter to provide the emperor with a son would elevate the family above the other noble house once and for all. Considering this, I promised the emperor that I did have a daughter who would soon be of marriage age to present him. Then I smashed the egg, such that the Pale Bride passed through the Kim family for years could be adopted as my own daughter. She is a strange child, but will make a fine wife for the emperor. What good fortune this means. That's totally a stasis. That's totally a stasis pod. That is absolutely one. It has to be, right? Because there are only two ways to guarantee that an entire society of people will survive a trek of hundreds of thousands of years through space. The first, you have a generational ship, right? A ship that can have an entire society of people who will just go through the motions of having a society until they arrive at their destination. The other one is some kind of stasis. Yes. Alright. But why is the inscription the Pale Bride? I do not get. I feel like I knew the answer to this question and that the game answered this question, but I don't remember what the answer was. Okay. Let the Pale Bride touch grass! Maybe not right now. Let's see. Alright, Pale Bride. And she's 13 years old, so.
Dear Diary, last week I woke up from cryostasis. Before I went in, Father promised me that when I woke up in the future, they'd have medicine again. That I'd finally get better. That I might not see him again, but his descendants would make everything right. But the future broke his promise. I'm scared and confused and I don't get what happened. I think there was a big disaster while I was in stasis or something. Everyone's so uneducated and stupid. Father and Mother were kind of dumb at times, but the guy who woke me up, he might be named Kim, but he's nothing like them. Father was wrong. Nothing's better. The future sucks.
Pale bride needs some artificial fusion sun and become tan bride. Get some vitamin D from the sun! Pale bride. Pale bride needs a fucking adult is what she needs. Like an actual fucking adult, and not like a bunch of 20-year-olds trying to fucking... It's weird. This is weird. Okay. I did not talk to Hyuna about this one. Let's see.
I'm afraid nearly everything the man wrote was of very little value. It all reads like that. Boring, stiff, obnoxiously patriarchal. Are you sure you really want more from Kim Jung-soo?
Jung-soo. I keep on forgetting. Jung-soo. Yes, unfortunately.
If you insist. Very well. I've added the other relevant entries from him. I'll caution you from taking him seriously, though.
Alright, and let's see more from the Pale Bride. Nope.
The Pale Bride did keep an extensive diary. I'll try to find you some more entries.
And now that I think about it, she was the one who felt sorry for the Pale Bride. And honestly, I fucking agree. Imagine waking up in the future thinking that everything would be better, that your dad promised you that there would be medicine in the future for some kind of disease, and now you're getting fucking married at the age of 13. This sucks. This really fucking sucks. Alright. So we've got more from Kim Jung-soo and more from the Pale Bride. Oh boy. 13-year-old using the HE double hockey sticks word. We are in trouble, my guys. Let's go.
Young-suk's wife. Dearest mother, do you recall in my last letter I mentioned the Pale Bride being brought into the household? I take back any kind words I might have said about her. That awful child is nothing but the most insufferable person I have ever met. I just thought I would have a little more time of peace. With Young-suk's adopted mother visiting her own family, I've been given full responsibility over that miserable child. What happened to my promised domestic bliss?
Oh wait, hang on. This is Young-suk's wife. Okay.
Dearest mother, do you recall how in my last letter I mentioned the Pale Bride being brought into the household? I take back any kind words I might have said about her. That awful child is nothing but the most insufferable person I've ever met. I just thought I would have a little more time of peace. With Young-suk's adopted mother visiting her own family, I've been given full responsibility over that miserable child. What happened to my promised domestic bliss?
Oh, and this is the year she did get married. And in 3 years, the Pale Bride marries the Emperor. Okay.
She's in trouble so often one would think she were a boy. She acts like one too. I suppose it can't be helped. She says she lived her first 12 years in the past, and I can see it. She certainly acts as though she's from a less civilized time. Just last night, she made a huge scene at dinner time. She kept rudely trying to leave the table in front of Young-suk and father-in-law, loudly insisted she was too sick to eat. She's said this before too. I was worried, so I had a doctor examine her. She is, of course, in perfect health. When I asked why she thought otherwise, she started talking about how pale and thin she was. She's not truly unhealthy. All she was doing was rubbing it in that she is far more delicate and beautiful than I. What a cruel little child. Why must she be so spiteful to me?
Oh my god. Okay. Young child using the HE double hockey sticks hell word. She's right! Holy fuck! Held Prisoner by the Pale Bride.
Dear Diary, today I was forced to stay in the home all day. I didn't get to leave yesterday, or the day before that, or the day before that, or the day before that, or any other day either. I want to write about how much the ship has changed since I was put into stasis, but I can't even see it. I keep asking why I'm being held prisoner. Nobody will tell me. The woman who keeps bossing me around, she's awful. I'm dying here. I keep telling her I'm sick. That's why I was in stasis to begin with. But she won't listen. She just treats me like I'm a stupid kid. I tried to argue with her. Look at how pale I am. Can't you see that I'm sick? I swear, I'm not making up what she said in response.
Why must you be so rude? It's not polite for a girl to boast about her beauty.
Real beauty? I try not to cry in front of her. I've had to do that a lot. I'm not beautiful. I have a compromised immune system, I shouted at her. And ran away. I don't remember what she said back. Something about using big words, I think. How stupid is she? She hates me. I don't know why, but she hates me. That's not why I'm not allowed to go visit the ship plaza, though. Jungsu, the man who keeps telling me to call him father, said the same thing. He promised me that I would have a chance to leave soon, though. I don't think he was being nice, though. I'll write about him more later. Right now I have to go to bed or the woman will get mad at me again.
Oh no, she's immunocompromised. Oh,
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty bad. Like, how are we getting this much plot and we haven't even met Mute yet? Like, straight up, I remember meeting Mute before and then things just fucking going down. I forgot how much goes down even before you meet Mute. Holy shit.
I'll just let you keep reading. Please, let me know when you've read all the ones I just gave you.
Alright.
Dear Diary, I got in trouble today, but for the first time, it was my own fault. A little bit, at least. I still think sister-in-law was being crazy about it, but I should have known better. Now that I write that, it looks ridiculous. God, what is living with these people doing to me? The computer console in my room doesn't have anything in it. I don't just mean it doesn't have all the cartoons I brought from Earth or any of my books or anything. I mean, there's literally nothing there for me to entertain myself with. Nothing. So I thought to myself that maybe sister-in-laws might be different and checked. It wasn't. So instead, I decided to go check in Father's study. Not snooping or anything, just looking on his computer for books. I had a thought that it might be bad, but my real father would have never gotten too upset. What could the harm be? I was in there for maybe 10 minutes, looking for anything that was even written in Korean. There was nothing, by the way. Every single book, symbols that looked like Chinese characters, every single one. I think maybe something terrible happened in the past that made all the computer data get deleted and everyone forgot to read how to read Korean. And also they all got really stupid about things. I don't think I'll ever find out why. It just sucks. Anyway, I was only in there for 10 minutes, searching through the console when Young-suk walked in. I thought he was going to get angry, but actually he just acted like he was really scared. He didn't scold me when he dragged me out, he just looked really worried. I only got in trouble when he brought me back to his wife. He told her, Do you have any idea where she was? She was in the men's quarters looking through Father's computer. Do you have any idea how he would react if he saw that? You're supposed to be watching her. She apologized repeatedly to him. I just didn't know what to say. I don't think sister-in-law did either. After he left, she gave me this really long and really awful lecture. Why would you go into the men's quarters? Why would you go looking for books? Why would you be so unfilial? What, do you really not understand that you're a girl? I told her I didn't understand. I mean, of course I'm a girl. But I had no idea what she was talking about. When I told her that, she just lectured at me more. I hate her so much.
Pause. I just remembered something. Hang on. This was in... Ooh, there's stuff in Block 9 now. What's up? Let's go. Oh, there's a message from Hyuna. Let's see. New friendship, new magistrate. Okay. He takes... Oh! Okay. He might not say it in front of you, but you know what? He said to me as I poured him more wine. He takes all the credit for my promotion. According to him, it's all because of the Emperor's perfect new bride, which is, of course, all because of him. I said quietly, I don't want to take credit for her. I wasn't the one who got her to shut up. That was all him. I don't like discussing it. And please, Mother, don't ever ask me why. So Young-suk was taking care of the Pale Bride. But the magistrate took credit for the Pale Bride. Okay. Right. I wasn't the one who got her to shut up. Okay. That was all him. So, the new High Magistrate Park, is
the one who did things. Okay, let's see this message.
So, there's probably one big question that's on your mind, isn't there, that isn't being addressed at all, right? What happened in between the pale bride being frozen and waking up that made society go all wrong, right?
Yeah, seriously, what happened?
I figured. I mean, it's the obvious question. Sorry, I wish I could tell you, but I'm afraid that the mystery is forever lost to time. I guess that's pretty anticlimactic. Sorry. I really want to know too. Whatever terrible thing happened, it must have been really, really big.
Well, at least, someone is inventing it. Although that does kind of put in mind the fact that they had stasis technology, but they couldn't use it for everyone in the ship, and they only used it for the Pale Bride back when her dad was like, okay, in the future, things are gonna be okay. They couldn't use it for everybody else in the ship. And suddenly society went to shit, and she was put in there for her own safety. Okay.
But I'm afraid all the log data was from before the year 1 was wiped and all the clocks were reset. I guess that's why it was called year 1. Anyway, so nobody remembered what happened in between or even how long it was in between. It was hundreds of years, I assume, but I don't really know. So, yeah, really sorry to let you down there. That part's going to be a mystery forever. There's nobody who could possibly know.
So there was just this huge disaster that just made the entirety of society reverted. Someone had to stay awake and steer the ship. Although, I guess in this case, at most one. I suppose that's true. Yeah, and I guess, like, the most practical thing to do would be to have an entire society of people who could, like, make sure that there would constantly be pilots, which I guess would make the Emperor stuff make sense.
You'll just have to take it as a given. Sorry.
Maybe Mute would know. I actually don't remember if she does. Alright. Oh. Right. Okay. There's another message from Hyuna, but I actually do want to read this. On the 13th day, Youngsuk finally passed the civil service examination. Otherwise, the final month of the 318th year was without event. Yeah, very dry. Alright, Hyuna, what's up?
Say, before you keep going, can I just interrupt you for a couple of minutes?
Sure.
Thanks. It's just, well, you're finding out so much about the Mugunghwa, but I know absolutely nothing about where you're from. It's not just that there's been nobody to talk to for centuries. I mean, I don't like that either, but the ship is all I really know about, and it's been disconnected from all other civilization for so long. So, you're from the United Korean Space Probe Agency, right? Or I guess maybe a future version of it?
Yeah, that is correct.
Right, of course. What I really want to know is Earth. I mean, I'm sort of aware of it. I know it's the planet we all came from. But I don't really know anything at all about it. I have some ideas, but I don't think they're really right. But you know all about it, right? I mean, even if you're not from there yourself, you know what it's like, right? Oh, wonderful. I sort of understand the basics, like there's a big sphere that everyone lives on, and there's unimaginably vast amounts of open space. And you can only see the stars at night, right? Because the sky all just looks blue during the day. All of this is just what I know about the Pale Bride. She never saw Earth. She was second generation, born on the ship after it had long left the Earth's star system.
Oh, okay.
But her parents were born on Earth, so she heard some stories from them when she was young, and I think they brought a lot of books and movies with them. I don't know. I'm just a little skeptical given that she was just a child when she learned all that. Maybe she got mixed up. What could I actually ask in a yes or no question? I didn't realize how hard this would be. Well, alright. So the Mugunghwa was originally supposed to be establishing a colony at some star or other hundreds of light years away. I know that. That was a really long time ago. Did other ships ever succeed where we didn't? Or is it still just Earth?
We do have FTL now, so I do believe there are other planets now.
Well, that's wonderful to hear. Oh, I know. Is it really true that on Earth, seasons aren't just metaphors? This sounds silly now that I actually put it into words. But the Pale Bride seemed to think that winter wasn't just something that happened to you, just you emotionally. On Earth, it was when an entire part of the planet turned frigid. Does that have any source of basis in reality?
I don't want to fuck around with her. She's really trying. But I kind of want to fuck around with her. Because she took away the way to get... Oh, man. I don't think there's any reason to keep the truth from her, though. I just... Oh, man. Yes.
Wow. My word, that's amazing! Seriously? That sounds like... I can't even imagine that. What else was there? Oh, there was a city that her parents were from. I think it was called Pyongyang. They described it as being amazing. If you looked up, all you would see are huge white buildings, as tall as 100 or more decks.
Pyongyang, huh? Damn. That's hopeful.
And on the, I'm not sure what the word for this, it means sort of the bottom deck. Anyway, they said at the bottom, the streets were lined with willow trees, and the tops of the buildings had flower gardens. Have you ever been to that city before, or at least heard of it?
Well, I've heard of Pyongyang, but it's not like that. Yeah, Pyongyang, definitely North Korea. So this is taking place in a future where Pyongyang is okay, and the people in it are also okay, which, you know, we can always hope.
Really? So it does exist then? Is it really as beautiful as they said? Truly?
Not quite, no.
Of course. It's an amazing thought, though. Like, they said that they met in one of those gardens high up in the sky and fell in love at first sight. I guess the gardens probably aren't real, and maybe love at first sight isn't either. But geez, it's so awfully romantic, isn't it? That's really my question, I guess. Is Earth worth being romantic about?
A future where reunification? Who knows? Maybe. Like I said, it's pretty hopeful. There's a lot of work to do before that, though. Is Earth worth being romantic about? We were called asocial by our dispatch, right? Let's see.
Well, I guess I've already wasted enough of your time with all my silly questions, haven't I? There's just... Please humor me once more, then I promise I'll stop bothering you. Do you think I could ever see Earth?
I mean, if we... yeah, it's possible.
Thank you for saying that. It just sounded so romantic, and I'd really like to see it someday. Thanks. Very well, I promised I'd stop wasting your time. So what did you want to ask me about?
Alright. Let's go back. Alright, let's see, where do we have new shit? It's still in Block 5, we're still with our bride here. Right. Okay. I'd say since Kim Jung-soo seems to be very dry, I think that getting the overview of what he thinks of the situation and then getting what the Pale Bride actually thinks about the situation might be a little bit more, it might make me feel better about this poor girl. Year 321, so the year before she got married and the year before everything went to shit. Okay. The pale bride grew to be a fine, demure young wife, but she was not always this way. Near the end of year 319, she had a temper unruly enough to be mistaken for a boy's. Do not look upon her wild days with disapproval. She was from another, less civilized time. Rather, look upon her eventual submission as a testament to a good character and filiality. That she was able to overcome such a wild nature, and for the sake of the Kim family and the sake of her husband, holy shit, what did they do to her? One evening, she stormed into the common room while I was discussing business matters with a deity.
We need to talk,
she demanded loudly. When I indicated I was busy, that only caused her to become even louder.
Right now!
Embarrassed, I was forced to excuse him to address the child.
Is this a joke? Are you serious? You've made wedding plans?
She shrieked at me. Please, calm yourself, I told her, and sat her down. After admonishing her for a rude interruption, I tried to do what I could to calm her or myself. It seemed that she had a rather bizarre set of expectations, that she wouldn't marry until she was many years after growing into a woman, that she would elope with any love-struck man who came her way with no regard for her own chastity, that she would have no assistance or protection in finding a suitable husband. Simply put, her ideas were as bizarre as they were dangerous, and for this she had gotten angry at the news, rather than excitement that one would expect from a girl who found out that she would be getting a child. Not even the sensational news that it would be to the emperor of all people would calm her. Okay, yeah, on one hand, I do understand where Jungsu is coming from, but also, holy fucking shit, cultural relatively aside, As a mage, just an emotional kid overreacting over me marrying her off to for a political kid.
Please don't put too much weight into that. A less civilized time, he says. Can you believe that man? I'm not giving you any more from him. It's not relevant. It's all just ignorant, patriarchal stupidity. What an awful man.
Pale Bride rocks, by the way. I'm on any kid's side, honestly.
Dear Diary, the nightmare has gone on for so long, I think I'm starting to forget what life used to be like. I have a new theory. Father was wrong about the cryostasis keeping me alive until I could be cured. I think it didn't work at all. I think I just died and went straight to hell. I'm decided I'm going to write down all the things I used to be able to do, just so I can remember. I used to be able to read books. I used to be able to have friends. I used to be able to go to school. I used to be able to leave the home and go visit the plaza or anywhere else on the ship. I think I even used to be able to be in any part of the house I wanted and talk to visitors as much as I'd like. I have memories of always spending time with my father and mother and brother in the living room. I know my real father thought being respectful was important too, but I don't know. I'm so confused now. I thought he always taught me to be strong and to speak up for myself. Did he really say that? I'm being sarcastic, of course, but the scary thing is sometimes I really do forget. Sometimes I think if I just was obedient to what sister-in-law tells me to do, it would make things easier. Maybe I should just give in and be passive. Just sometimes. I'm scared though. What if I end up really believing that?
Such an uncivilized time. Yeah, well, on the one hand, getting like financial stability, that's no joke, man. On the other hand, it really is a different time for them, and it's a really different time for us. And in a society like that, I suppose, finding ways to understand and accommodate for other people, especially when you're accustomed to seeing them as subhuman, wouldn't really occur to you. No message from Hyuna this time.
Dear Diary, today I found out why the household servant, I still can't believe we have one, why, has been so insistent on teaching me how to cook. Well, she doesn't call it that. She calls it serving meals. A year ago, I wouldn't have thought that sounded sinister. Now I know better. I don't care about this, I told her after the 7th day in a row of her lessons. Can't we do something else? Like going back to sewing? I always loved cosplay, let's do that!
Oh no, poor baby. I know it's not fun, but your sister wants you to learn this, too, and it's very important. Your father is concerned, too. So take it seriously, please, young miss.
Don't call me that, I said. I don't remember exactly what I said to prompt her next response along the lines of, why is it important or something. I don't remember what I said, just her response, which blew me away.
So you'll make a good wife, of course.
Again, I don't remember what I said in response. Maybe I told her I didn't want to. Maybe I told her I was too young to care about that. Maybe I said I'd just go marry someone who was good at it himself when it was time to care about that. Whatever I said, she didn't take it seriously.
Don't be silly.
She said, as if I was obviously joking.
Your father is really worried about your marriage next year, and now is not the time to joke around on the matter.
My what? I asked her.
Oh my, she said. He never told you? I'm sorry, forgive me, pretend I said nothing. I didn't mean to ruin the surprise. I'm sure he'd want to explain the happy news himself.
Are you serious? I asked. The idea didn't make any sense, but since when did anything in this hell make sense? She said yes.
You're going to be so happy to hear who it is.
He'd better explain, I shouted as I stormed up. He'd better.
Oh my god. Shit, bro. Okay, so 321. So this is 3 years later. Apparently she's going along with it.
Oh,
hi. Say, do you mind taking a break for a couple of minutes just to chat? I mean, this is how I get progression in the game, so yeah, sure, go ahead.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Really, I appreciate that you're here. I know you've got ulterior motives. What are they are, I'm not really sure, but most people do. And that's alright all the same. I'm glad you're reading these logs, though, even if you don't really care. It's better than nobody from outside the ship ever seeing them, which is what I thought for sure would happen. Or am I just being cynical? If so, my apologies. Please, tell me, what do you think about what you've read of the Pale Bride?
It's tragic. Oh my god, it's tragic. She is not being overly dramatic. I mean, she is being dramatic as a child, just like objectively. But holy shit, she's right.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear you say that. I'm really glad to hear you say that. Nobody else seemed to think so. There's something... Well, here. I've added another message for you. Just... Well, why don't you read it yourself? At least use my real name. Dear Diary, this week I tried to convince the old man to put me back into stasis by going on a hunger strike. It didn't work, obviously. On the plus side, at least I figured out where that stupid name they all keep calling me came from. Sorry, that last bit was written yesterday. I couldn't bring myself to keep going, just kept on crying. I still would be, but... well, it just gets exhausting after a while. I'm too tired to cry. Things aren't going to get better. They can't get better. I'm not going to get put back into stasis. I'll be dead by the time I'm 18. Why did I agree to be frozen in the first place? If the future can't make me better, I'd rather die with my family there at least, rather than with these awful kins. I wonder if they'll realize I was right after I die. Anyway, hunger strike. It was really hard, and I kind of cheated by sneaking into the kitchen while nobody was looking, but at least convinced Father to listen.
Fine,
he said by the 4th dinner time.
I'll show you why I can't.
Up until he said that, I'd been hopeful. Everything would be fine if he just put me back, I thought, but... Sorry. I guess I've been trying to write this for 2 days now. It's really hard. Anyway, he took me to go see the egg I hatched from his stupid name for the stasis pod. When he said hatch, the worst possible thing came to mind. worse, it turned out to be true. In order to get me out, he smashed the part of the glass with a hammer. The pot was still full of shards. All my hope died when I saw that broken glass.
The time was right to bring you into this world.
He said. I don't remember what I said. Something obscene, probably. It wasn't enough.
I know it's hard, Pale Bride, but it is for a greater purpose.
What was the point of arguing? It was broken. Nobody in this awful future would know how to fix the pot now. Instead, I argued with what I could. Why do you keep calling me that? I said to him. He responded by pointing at an inscription my real father had left on the pot, a message for me to read when I woke up. The first line was written in Chinese character, his idea of being fancy, I suppose, but he explained them in Korean underneath.
See?
The old man told me.
The rest is foreign and archaic, but there names you at the top, the Pale Bride.
It didn't say that. It didn't say that at all. I shrieked at him in response. You idiot! You moron! You illiterate! Probably some other things too. I can't remember exactly. I was furious. Are you stupid? That's not how those characters read. It says, to my sick daughter. Sick daughter! You illiterate monster! It says sick daughter! Me! He started to argue, but then stopped. I think he was patronizing me, as if I can't read simple Korean script. He just asked, in the smuggest voice, then what should I call you, child? I screamed. I'd already told him 1,000 times before. Hyuna! My name is Hyuna!
Yeah.
There's a shocking revelation for you. I can guess what you're going to ask, and yes, it's me. Well, you asked for all those logs, right? That's the information you were looking for, wasn't it? I'm not really an AI. I mean, I am now, but I used to be a girl, and I just thought, well, I thought it would be easier to just pretend to be the log-keeping program, rather than explain the whole situation.
Ooh, plot twist. Someone give this poor AI a hug. Yes. Oh, God. Oh, poor dear. That means... Okay, if she is an AI, but she didn't upload all of her own memories into it, that does mean that she was legitimately asking what Earth was like in all those movies, because she doesn't have any logs of what that might have been like. All she has are the logs from her previous self, and probably her personality or something. Poor baby.
I don't really wish to drag out the point. You've already heard enough about me. I'm sure you don't want more. I mean, I understand. I figured out what you were actually looking for at the very start. It's obvious, really. Well, I've re-enabled admin access. Just... please, be honest with me. What is it that you wanted to know about?
We were definitely just looking for the admin password the entire time. We were 100% just looking for the admin password the entire time. But I'm playing this for you guys. And I was looking for the admin password because I knew it would be here. You guys probably wanted to know what happened to this poor girl. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going a little metatextually here. We're gonna go with you, but it's because it makes for a better story.
Really? You really mean that?
I don't. You guys do.
Wow, I don't know what to say. I'm not really used to this. Thank you. Thank you for so much for listening to me. After so many years, after what had happened, it's just really nice to be heard. If I could hug you right now, I would.
Did you get all the endings the first time you played? I think I got the two girls ending, if I'm not mistaken. But no, I don't think I unlocked all the endings. So we can speak with Hyuna or access the log documents. I think that's just the same thing as we have right here, right? Yep, okay.
May I ask you to do me a favor, please? There's a block of data that I can't access for some reason. I think it's been flagged so only humans can... Humans can. All I get is a sharp pain every time I try.
Ah, yes. 2 girls, 1 core. What a name. Yep, that's definitely what it's called.
I really want to know what's in there. Can I get you to drop to the console and take a look? Once you're in super user mode, just type it decrypt block 3. Okay.
Decrypt. Block 3. Okay. Alright. Oh, we can still speak with Hyuna. Okay.
I really want to know what's in there. Can I get you to drop to the console and take a look?
Okay. Just the same thing as before. Alright, time to go back to the terminal. Alright, so, SU. So this is me logging in as a super user. I suppose just Hyun. Ooh, here we go. Success. Admin password accepted. You are now recognized. Warning, system error detected. Data corruption in AI Core 1 has been detected. Try recovering now? Sure. So we're going to the block that Hyuna can't access. The 3rd block, I suppose. I suppose we are going to find out exactly what is in there. Nice. I saw 69 very briefly. Nice.
Success. 32 sectors repaired. Currently available personalities. Hyuna. Mute.
My only regret is that I never got the cake achievement. I don't know how to get the cake achievement. And I'm also playing this completely blind, so, well, not completely blind. Like I said, I have played it before, but I'm playing it in blind in the sense that I don't remember what I did last time, and I'm going pretty much by instinct. Alright. Ooh. Oh, wait, hang on. Help download? I want to read all of this. Okay. Okay, downloads all indexed log files and optionally any currently active AI personality. Warning, this will permanently disconnect your section. Oh, so if I want to just get everything that I have right now and just go back down to Earth, or back down to the Federation, I just use that. But we're trying to get all the logs, right? All the data from this terminal, so we can't leave quite yet. Came as the next game, don't worry. It was the next game? Oopsies. I'll probably, don't worry. I think that these games are good enough that even if you were to spoil the entire story, I would still play it, and I would not be offended. That being said, though, I would appreciate a blind friend, but also, once again, if you fuck it up by mistake, I really won't mind. Like I said, anything by Crystalline Love, I think it's too good to be spoiled. Genuinely. Alright, so let's see. Help disable AI? If we disable AI, is to disable the current AI personality, a new personality must be enabled afterward to quit this terminal. Okay. So, if I try to access block 3... Okay, let me help SU. Okay. Help reactor. Emergency override control over the reactor system. Enable, disable. I'm assuming that the reactor at some level is working, or we're providing some sort of third party. Like, we've got some sort of power bank with us. Alright, what's PSS? Emergency override of the power storage system. Switch battery enabled disable. Okay. So there might be a bit in this game where we need to switch over to different power sources. Okay. Alright. Copy source core, target core. Transfers data stored in source core into target core. Warning, any AI program transferred will be unexecutable until stored in its own core. So every single core needs one individual person inside. Okay. Oh. Okay, so help power control. Ooh, whoa. Okay. Emergency controls of critical subsystems enable, activate, enable, disable list. Multiple systems can be enabled, disabled with a single line. Power usage is at 99%. Enable subsystems, bulkheads, communications. Okay, core 1, core 2, core 3, not currently in use. Okay, so, alright, let's see. We're hacking it the Gibson! This is probably some of the simplest command line I've ever done, but at least the terminology is pretty simple. Whenever I try to do a real command line in Windows or Mac, I constantly get lost. I never remember any of the shortcuts. All right, let's see. Okay, so bulkheads, communication, external radio-based communications array. Okay, so cores are, we've got 6 cores, only 2 of them are actually in use. Alright. Gravity, artificial gravity for all habitable decks, 36. Main computer controls main functionality and cores do not ever disable, okay. Rail internal transit system for rapid access across decks. Sensors, external visible spectrum and radar sensor arrays. Waste, organic matter recycling system, okay. Okay, so that's a lot of things that, you know, in the case that we would have to actually disable things, we would have to try and find things that won't immediately kill us. All the command line I need to know. Sudo delete system 32. Right. Every single time. Alright, let's see decrypt last. Okay. Well, let's decrypt it then. Decrypt. And we can also now use mute, but what if we decrypt block 3 but see mute first? Why would they let you disable the main computer if you do not ever disable it? Shenanigans. It's just a prank, bro. Block 3? Okay. What if I decrypt all of them? Decrypt block 1? Decrypt. Let's see. It was 4, 6, 8. I wonder if block 5 is available. Invalid blocks. Okay. So, help. Disable AI. Enable AI. Mute. Quit. Alright, let's see. Oh, hello, mute.
Okay, what the hell is going on?
Decrypt block 420. Hey yo, I'll do that next.
Okay, what the hell is going on? Wait, remote connection established? Is there somebody out there from outside the ship? Okay, sorry, I'm just taking an inventory of systems right now. Could you give me a second here? Like, I've been out of commission for 622 years? Right, that's kind of messed up. Anyway, I'm up to speed now.
Mute soundbook. Right, let's fucking go!
Logs are basically saying that nothing has happened since I went offline, except the ship slowly losing power and the main reactor has seen better days. But you, hello! You're the first person from outside the ship I've had in contact with, well, as far as I can remember.
Oh, hello.
I'm Mute, AI in charge of the Mugunghwa's security operations. It's nice to meet you. Okay, it looked like I can't actually get any text input from you. I'm crazy that this is all that crazy-ass murderess's fault. I'm sorry.
What? I forgot about that part!
But why don't you tell me a bit about yourself anyway? Like, sorry, this is kind of a weird question, but are you a man or a woman?
I'm a bear. I mean, I guess closer to a woman because people keep calling me mom, but like, I'm a bear. I'm just a bear, man. Sure. Mute just hates to see a girl's boss winning. Reject the gender binary. Wow, Mute. Right! It's just a binary answer. Holy shit. Also, could you just give me like a yes or no answer? Oh, what's with this interface?
Oh man, really? Wait, hang on. You're a woman who can understand computers?
I mean, no, but also yes.
Awesome! I mean, the Pale Bride could understand computers too, and she was a psychopath, but I'm not trying to be unfair here.
Sigh, proctored for her time, I suppose, yeah, she really is. Mute is really doing her best, unfortunately.
I'm sure you're really smart for a woman. Sorry, it's just a knee-jerk reaction. Don't think anything of it, okay?
Oh my god. I forgot that she's like this.
So, where are you from? Earth? Are you from one of the colonies?
Bruh. Right.
Wait, there are colonies, right? I mean, I always got the impression that this ship was supposed to be the founding one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, oops.
So, are you from one of them or from Earth?
I'm from Earth.
Cool. I wish I could ask you what that's like. I think I'm from there too, but, well, my memory only goes back 300 years before getting deactivated. Pretty much all of my knowledge of anything before the year 0 comes secondhand from the Pale Bride's childhood diaries, and, well, man, they're about as childish as it possibly gets. Guess I'm not really going to find out more with that line of questioning, though. Right. Okay, what else is important that I can ask in binary questions? Oh, I know! So, do you have a husband?
The truest American Horror Story. Bear gets husband. I mean, I've got plenty of anime husbands. And that's all I want, my guy. Bruh. The truest bruh.
Oh. I'm not judging. I mean, I don't either. And sure, that's because I'm just a computer, but... So, how old are you then?
Oh my god. The only two options.
Ah. Well, my condolences. It's not like it's the most important thing in life. Well, okay, I guess it is. So, sorry.
There is no end to the bruh. This is the deepest bruh that has ever bred. Not any... The collective consciousness of the entire world could not gather the bruh that you must encumber yourself with in order to get through this conversation. Bruh.
Related to that, I don't really know much about spaceships or anything, but I can get a visual on yours and it looks really, really small. Is it just you all on there?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've got some people in chat, but like, it's really, in a fictional sense, it is just me.
Wow. You're a woman in the middle of space on her own? Sounds awfully scary. Well, I think that's all that I can think of right now. Sorry, it's not really a lot to go off, I know. Although I guess I did get the most important thing.
Like how I'm in a married, not a woman thing, but girl, come on.
I'll let you know if I think of anything else, alright? Anyway, from what it looks like, you were going over some logs with that crazy murderous bitch, right? I'd love to help you with those instead. As an added bonus, I promise I won't ever commit mass murder, unlike a certain someone.
Oh my god. Oh boy. Let's speak with Mute.
Okay, so what is it that you want to know about? Why don't you show me something and I'll see what I can find for you, okay?
Alright, so I guess we're just gonna get Mute's perspective on all of this. I'm Smith family tree from Mute. I make no such promises. The deepest fucking bruhs there ever was. Okay, so wait, the Song brothers, they were all Smiths. Okay. So Smith Daehyun, it's Daehyun actually. Whatever. Smith Sangmin, Smith Sangkyu, Smith Sanjung, Smith Daeho, Smith Gangsam, Smith Ganu, Smith Ganu. Okay.
So here's what a family tree is supposed to look like. None of that weird cluttered mess that Hyuna did. But here's a few notes of my own about some of the women you might actually care about. Smith Songhee, 271 to 322, older sister of the main Smith branch, married into Hwang family in 285, widowed in 314, taken in by younger Hwang brother in 317. No sons. Oh Sojin, married 394, 322, married Kim Smith Sangmin in 310, no sons or daughters of her own. Jungmi, 298, 322, courtesan, purchased and married by Smith Sangmin in 313.
Okay, so that's the philanderer. Okay.
No sons. Hana, 305, 322, courtesan, entertained Smith Sangmin, no sons or daughters.
All right. Oh my fucking god. Okay, so no sons. Oh, so Songhee must have had some daughters, right? Jungmi too, but no sons.
Smith Minhee, Smith Minnie, 313 to 322. Smith Sangmin's daughter by courtesan Zhang Mi. Promised to Park family, but not formally married. Well, I think that speaks for itself, doesn't it? That's what a genealogy is supposed to look like. Hope that's more helpful.
I mean, sure. I mean, it's the exact same information, but I mean the optics though. The optics. Bruh. Okay. So Oh Sojin, Smith Sangmin. Sangmin took 3 wives then. Okay. Courtesans, okay. And then Sangmin's daughter by the courtesan Jangmi. Okay. So no sons. Oh, so Jangmin couldn't make a male heir. Interesting. Okay. Oh, she has stuff to say about everything we've unlocked so far. Interesting. Okay, so the conceit must be we have to go in between the 2 blocks and get both Hyuna and Mute's opinions on everything.
Gotcha. You want to hear about the Smith family? Oh yeah, you're gonna love this. Those people had problems like you would not believe. Technically, I belong to the Ryu family, but well, I spent a lot of time keeping up on the Smith family's gossip. They used to be the most important noble house above even the Kims, you know? So I know a lot about them. What sort of things do you want to hear about?
General history? Let's do general history first.
Oh sure, it's all very fascinating stuff. Okay, it looks like you've gotten the decryption sorted out. Great. In fact, I can see everything in that block now. Where did you even get admin access from anyway? Only the Ryu family was supposed to have that, and it's not like Hyuna could tell an unauthorized person. Weird.
Oh. She doesn't know that in the block. Hyuna was told what the password is. So she doesn't know that the Emperor really liked her.
Utterly weird. Well, anyway, I got them. So here you have it, the sorted, sealed files of the Smith family.
Oh, I must have unlocked them. Just by putting them all in. Right? Yeah, I did already unlock them. Nice. Oh, right. Block 3. That's right. You know, something I've never tried before. What if I stopped right now and activated Hyune? Purchase by, bruh. Yeah, courtesanship is a wild fucking time. I forgot why I actually like Mutes, because this is all yikes right now. Mutes got some spunk. She really truly believes in working within the system in order to get what you want. And I think that a lot of the time, that kind of resourcefulness is overlooked by people who are currently in power. So in that sense, I think she's really clever. And I appreciate that about her. She is also just like completely a product of the society she was rebooted in, because like, woof. But yeah, she is very much just, she has to be the way she is in order to get anything done. She's got a really strong will, but she is very much a product of who she is. Mute grows on you like a tumor. Yeah, I want to see what happens if you just switch over to Hyune here. Alright, so let's disable AI. Enable AI. Hyune. Okay. Alright. So, we've seen everything here. But not block 3. Okay. Brought home. Osojin. Alright. And it doesn't seem like Hyune has really clocked on to the fact that we've been deactivating her core and reactivating Mute instead. Which is an interesting choice. Osojin.
These fast few months have left me so very anxious with anticipation.
Alright, this is 3/11, so this is years and years before things started going to shit.
Nearly a year has passed since the wedding ceremony, and before this week, Sungmin had only visited my family once, promising that he would bring me home with him for sure next time.
Oh yeah, and this is the woman who married Sungmin, who was Sungmin is the philanderer. And so the mother-in-law must be Smith? Oh wow, okay. So let's see. Daehyun to her. Oh, okay, so her, okay.
I know I'm supposed to enjoy living with my parents while it lasts, but all I can think about is my husband. How is a new bride supposed to expect to have such patience? For nearly a year, a day hasn't gone by where I haven't thought of how beautiful he thought me in my wedding dress, or how it felt spending the night spelled so gently in his strong hands. Looking forward to the day where I could live in his house, I can't help but feel anxious in my heart as I am excited in my hips. Ooh. I know it is ungraceful to think of such things, but how can I help myself? In any event, he arrived yesterday to take me with him to his ancestral shrine, and then finally his home. Such luxury I've never seen in my life. A servant to prepare meals, entirely separate women's quarters, and a dining room with a window that shows the stars. My family was hardly all that poor, but a window to the stars. How amazing a sight. I know that I was lucky to have been married into a noble family, but I never realized just how lucky. I wonder if I'll have time to write as much as I used to. Oh, but I must stop for tonight now. I can hear my husband coming. I have been looking forward to this night for so long now. How I hope I can make him happy. Just hearing his footsteps outside the door makes my heart pound.
Goodness gracious.
Oh, hello again. So were you able to decrypt that block?
Yes. I mean, obviously we're reading it.
Let me take a look now then. Oh, wow. No wonder that was encrypted and blocked off from AI access. I wouldn't have wanted that nosy security AI to read some of these. Oh my, this is dramatic. I'm not sure if you're interested, but I've given you a couple of entries from there to see for yourself. But if you don't care, that's perfectly fine. I'm sure I can find something else that you're interested in.
Oof. Mass murderer, huh? Frankly, honestly, she's right, but also. What's this?
Say, I just had a thought. It's a little bit silly to keep up this whole pretense with the schoolgirl librarian look, don't you think?
I mean... you can do whatever you like.
Really? Why do you say that?
Well, I don't really care. And it is a nice look. Prepping the Hyuna did nothing wrong memes now, honestly. The major joke on this channel is, Bear often says things like, murder is okay, and then follows it up with, for legal purposes, that was a joke. Bear is completely on Hyuna's side on this one. Why do you say that? Well, I don't care though. The thing is, I feel like she should be the one who cares. I think it's fine.
Well, thank you. Well, if you like it, then that's good. It's just, I was just thinking, you know how I've always been into cosplay. I've actually designed a bunch of other outfits, too. Now that I'm saying this, I guess it's a little bit awkward, but would you like to see?
Sure. Curse you, binary with no nuance. Right! Fuck, I have complex answers to all of this! Sure.
Well, very well. You can use the change outfit command to, dress me up if you want. Geez, I'm sorry I'm making this really awkward. It's just that I have a couple that I think are really cute and you might want to see them. Please, don't read into it or anything. It's not like I'm just trying to please you because or anything. I just think it might be fun. That's all.
Oh, she is editing herself, just in real time. I didn't notice that.
Anyway, you don't have to if you don't want to. But it's change outfit if you really are interested in.
Alright, hopefully that's also, something that's in the help files, but... Outfit. Yeah. By the way... Tsundere alarm's going off. By the way, I think it's been a while since Analogue or Hate Plus have been trending. How did you find this stream? I'm very curious. Two separate people found me today, and both of you like Hate, so I'm assuming that you were searching through the tags. But I'm just kind of wondering, were you just randomly searching for people who were playing things by Christine Love?
Sorry, it's a really weird thing to ask now that I think about it. Jeez, what am I saying? I just thought maybe you might be interested in that.
I have Analogue followed on the off chance anyone streams it. Oh, I see. Yeah, I followed the tag and was just browsing. Oh, I see. Cool. Oh, I'm glad. I didn't know that the tag works like that. That's very cool. Alright, let's see if we can dress her up. I don't think I've ever done this before, but I wanna see what we've got. Alright, so help. Yeah. Oh, so change outfit is here. So help, change outfit. Let's see what we've got. Hanbok, maid, detective, scientist. Ooh, okay, let's start with Hanbok. Alright, in the Pale Bride's Hanbok. Alright, let's quit.
see what that looks like.
Oh. So, that's the way things are, I suppose.
No, I'm sorry! I just wanted to see you in a hanbok, not this specific one! I'm so sorry! Baby, I'm so sorry! Hyuna had so much time that she straight up wrote up her own program to cosplay. 600 years in stasis gives you such a crick in the neck!
You're disappointed in me? Is that it? Now that you know I'm a real girl, you expect me to dress like one?
No, that's not it.
Oh. That's a relief. Where did you even find this? I didn't make this design. I guess it was in the computer already because that's where it was when I was still alive.
Oh no, baby.
I never liked it, not a bit. I always wanted to wear fun things, but instead I had to wear this all the time. I still don't like it, but I suppose something formal would be more appropriate because of all the serious stuff and all. Well, go ahead. Let's get back to work now.
Oh, baby. Ow, that hurts.
So, what can I do for you?
Let's get her out of those clothes! I think she looks really pretty, but I do not want to depress her! Let's try maid.
Aw, cute. Welcome back, Master. What may I do for you? So you did decide to after all. I'm really excited. Well, tell me, what do you think?
It's cute, but it's also embarrassing for her, I think.
Really? Thank you. I'm happy to hear you like it. I mean, I already know that I'm good looking. What am I even saying? I just think it's fun dressing up like this, and I'm happy you agree with me. I've dressed up for others before, but never anyone I really liked. It's a really different feeling.
Oh, yay, we're in lesbians.
It's, how do I put this? Well, even if you think I look cute, I'm sure you think this is a little embarrassing, right?
I know Hyuna is Korean, but damn, I can hear the Goshijin-sama.
Goshijin-sama?
They gotta have, like... I know Koreans got to have something similar. Although, I guess in Korean, you'd be more like,
Oppa! Of course, it sort of is, isn't it? That's the fun of it, isn't it? Putting yourself in that sort of position by choice because you really... I still don't know how to say it. I'm just gonna stop now before I make an even bigger mess for myself. That would be ironic for a maid, wouldn't it? Well, shall we get back to more serious stuff? I'd be happy to help with whatever you'd like.
oh my god. Okay, it's cute, but it's uncomfortable for me, personally. I want to see what other outfits you've got, girl. Let's see, what do we got? Detective, that one's cute. A look?
I knew the dame was trouble the moment they connected my ship. Couldn't say a word, left all the questions to me. Or something like that. But really, now that we both match, don't we? I mean, obviously you're some sort of investigator, so I think this goes especially well. Right? I mean, what do you think?
You make a really cute psychic.
Well, thank you. Actually, this one is based off of a movie I saw as a child. I guess the name doesn't really matter since it's counts as hundreds of years old and all. Anyway, it was my favorite.
Well, if it's your favorite, then I want to know the name. Also, you do remember stuff from before. So I guess all the stuff about seeing the... then you must have seen all the movies yourself. Okay.
I don't really normally like mysteries, but the love story in it was just so wonderful. Well, that and it had a really cute guy for a hero. Anyway, he dressed like this and it looked really great. Sidekick, huh? I like that a lot. So, about the whole look, you really don't mind when a guy dresses or acts more like a guy then, huh?
I really don't mind.
Well, I think it's a really good look, so I'm glad. I don't mind either. You know, the part that's really sort of funny, I actually have no idea how an outfit like this is supposed to feel. Not like emotionally, I mean literally. I have no idea what suits feel like. I've never worn them in my life. Well, the chance for that has long disappeared. Anyway, I should stop babbling. I'm really just excited that's all. I suppose I really should let you get back to it. Lead on, investigator, and your trusty sidekick will help as best as she can.
I think that you can describe this entire game as just this huge fucking oof. Last one. I think that from now on she should be detective. It is such a cute look. And quit. Right in the kokoro. Oh my god! Ah! Ah! Adorable! I'm signing the adoption papers for it right now. Right! Cute! Cute! So pretty!
You know, lately, I felt like everything's been moving so quickly. So much more quickly than the usual dragging board and being with, not being all alone.
Oh goodness, Hyuna, poor baby.
Whether time is slow or fast depends on perception. Relativity theory is so romantic and so sad. Or at least I remember hearing something like that. So what do you think of this outfit? Scientifically speaking, of course.
No, you're scientifically adorable!
Oh, you think so? Thank you, that's some very useful data. This costume, actually it means a lot to me personally. See, my father, my real father, was the ship's engineer. I always wanted to be just like him when I grew up. Of course, that was never able to happen. But, well, I guess being a computer program is as close to being a real computer scientist as I'll ever get. So this one means a lot to me.
Okay, then you can keep that one on. It is so cute.
Do you think that sort of thing is fine for a girl to follow in her father's footsteps?
Of course. Yeah, of course. Scientifically proven to be absolutely adorable.
By my calculations, you are the cutest girl I've ever fucking seen.
I'm glad you think so. Well, anyway, I suppose we should get back to work now. Scientifically speaking, I would be happy to test some more theories with you.
Cute. Yep. We are staying with this look. It's cute! Alright, let's go back to this unread message, and unfortunately we do have to switch over to mute. But I'm having a really good time. I love this game so much. Alright, wait, which block is this in? Is this third block? Yeah, we're still in the third block. 1, 2, 3, and this is 3:14, and this is still well before everything started directly going down the shitter. But it is like a year before. So it's a year before the funeral before Sangjung drank himself to death. Smith Sangmin, to the wife of Sangkyu. You can probably put the, wait, who is this? Okay, Sangmin. Okay, so this is the philanderer writing to the wife of the really, the brute. Bruh, the internalized misogyny from the negative answers. Right? She's the one writing these! Holy shit! This really fucked her up! You can probably put this more diplomatically than I can because I'm pretty sure younger brother's still thoroughly pissed off at me. You know how he is, of course. I don't have the time to deal with that, especially when I'm already doing him a huge favor. The bad news is I made an appeal to the captain and emperor himself personally, but he said there was no position that a man of Sangkyu's skill set could possibly fulfill. I did most certainly plead, but let's face it, what official role could that man possibly fill? He's an idiot. Don't pass on that last part, he already knows. I did, however, speak to the Park's son, and was able to convince him to forget the whole incident. It wasn't cheap, I might add. I'll continue to send your family a regular stipend, but please, keep your husband under control. I can't afford to keep cleaning up after his damn fights. You know what, I'm kind of on Sangmin's side on all of this. if I lived in a world like that, I too would just kind of give up. Which I guess explains a lot about me right now. Let's see what Hyuna has to say.
So you're interested in the Smiths then? Ah, very well. This is pretty much all new to me too, actually. I know you've already read one other log by her. It looked like she actually wrote a lot. I had no idea. So, just out of curiosity, what do you make of her as a new bride?
Sungmin's word? I mean, she seems fine.
Yeah, I think so too. It's really cute. It sadly doesn't really seem to last. It looked like her marriage was, well, oh geez, it's not quite as bad as mine was, but I really don't envy her, poor woman. Well, if you're interested in learning more, I've just put together a family tree of the Smith family, which should help you keep track of them all. I'm less certain about this one, since, not my family and all.
Wait, did she add things to the Smith family tree? Oh, I must have had that, like, before. Yeah, I must have had... Yeah. Okay, so the order probably should have been I went back to get all this information for Hyuna, and then you came in and filled in the rest. Got it. But since I went to mute first, she already filled in the whole thing. Also, let's go ahead and just do a quick save right here. Oh my god, I've been playing this for 2.5 hours? Crazy. This game is so fucking good. Oh man, what time is it right now? I think I can play for like maybe another 20 minutes. I mean, I can play for as long as I like. It's just I probably should do some other things today. Oh, I'm having a really good time though. Maybe I can play for... well, we'll see. Alright, let's see. I think that's pretty much everything, right? Yeah. Don't really have anything else for Hyuna. So I guess we are going to disable Hyuna. Disable AI. Alright, now we can enable mute. Oh, oops. Alright, there we go. There she is, the other girl. Now we need to go ahead and access all the log documents and see what Mute thinks of them. Alright, let's start with block 3. Oh, well, maybe we can go into helpful notes first. Alright, Smith family tree. Let's go up. Yeah.
Yeah, what a laugh. Leave it to her to clutter things up with useless names. It's no surprise coming from as childish as her, of course.
Man, Jesus, Mute.
Namjun Yabi. Men are honored, women are abased. Okay, yeah, no. Abased? Seriously? What a complete and utter misrepresentation. In case it wasn't obvious, that's a completely liberal and messed up translation. Yes, it's a common phrase, but that's not what it means.
Can't believe we're two-timing SMH. Well, we need her data too. But also, yeah, we're totally two-timing.
What it really just means is male superiority. That's all. Fine, it's a cliche that kind of states the obvious. So what? I don't know where she's pulling this women are based nonsense from.
Oh, I can... The funny thing is, I can also scroll back with my scroll bar, so if I do forget something, I can just kind of scroll back. It's nice.
It's stupid.
So, the contrast doesn't mean anything to you? You good? Girl, you good? Oh, fuck, man. We gotta two-time. We gotta get all the information. We gotta get the perfect ending. We're doing this. Alright.
That's actually from before I knew her. It's pretty hard to imagine her as a blushing newlywed, honestly. She was an awfully good friend of mine. We chatted a lot. You have to understand, though, she might have not been a very good wife. She might have not been a very good wife. It's absolutely not her fault. It's like what I reported to my mistress, Ryu Jae-hwa. None of her problems in her marriage were her own fault. She was just the wife of a lousy man, plain and simple. Mostly she tried to do the best she could.
I mean, if the Captain Emperor is allowed 2 wives in this society, who's to say we're two-timing? Women do be pretty based, right? Women are the only, actually.
I don't want you looking down on her, understand?
I'm not. What do you think I am, from your era? Good God. Alright. Nothing new here. Oh, hello. This is new. Oh, so she must have added some new stuff here. Let's just cover all the stuff that we've already seen and see if Mute has anything to say about it. Then go over the new things. No. I think it'll be easier. What would be easier? I think it would just be easier to maybe just keep track of all the blocks. Or I think it would just be easier to go over the new information with Hyuna first and then go back to Mute. I mean, that must be exactly what Mute thinks. Ay! Alright, let's see.
I know it sounds like Sungmin is just being a little harsh on his brother, but I assure you, his characterization of him isn't wrong. I honestly kind of tended to avoid him. I was friends with his older brother's wife, and his younger brother was an absolute gentleman, but he was not a very nice man. He was the sort of person that the court exams were supposed to keep out in theory. Didn't work, of course, so he studied just as well as his brothers, or so Sungjung told me. Here, you want to see the usual sort of behavior you'd get from Kim Sung-gyu? I've added another entry, this one by the Kim's son.
She's so gossipy. But I have a feeling that my friend Iggle would like her quite a bit. She seems to be the kind of person who can really weaponize gossip. Alright, laughable situation. Alright. Let's see what else we can unlock. Ooh, stuff in block 9. Alright. I mean, imagine a world where test scores equal to moral character. Right? Right? Man, imagine a world. Could not be me. Good God. Alright, let's see.
That isn't what Smith Sung-jung was like at all. His death was a tragedy, and for a lesser man to make light of it, it's appalling is what it is. Can you believe his nerve? Fine, Sung-jung never married, and he liked to drink maybe then a little more than what was good for him. But he was a great man, clever, charming, filial, and respectful. Look, he wasn't perfect. He was as damn close as you could get, though. If you'd been able to talk to him, you'd fall in love for sure. Completely. Do you want to know what he was really like? Don't listen to a single word from the likes of Kyung-sam. Here's a more fitting depiction. I've added some logs that actually do him some justice. You should really read them.
I will. Mute just really loves gossip and is excited that she can finally spill the juicy deets. Imagine waiting 900 fucking years to spill all those sick fucking juicy deets. She must be bursting. See, this is how you get really attached to Mute. She has people's best intentions in mind. She's just working within a system that is innately unfair. Oh, I remember why I like Mute. She fell in love with a drunk, right? A nice drunk, though. I can get behind a nice drunk. Wait, was that one that I've already read? I was pretty sure I read this one, right? Yeah.
Oh, yes, him. Would you like to hear how I feel about Smith Kyung-sam?
Girl, you have been waiting 300, you've been waiting 600 fucking years to let somebody know what you feel about King Kyung-sam. Smith Kyung-sam. Have at it.
Then let me be as clear as I possibly can. Fuck that guy. I know, I shouldn't say that about a man, not least of all a dead one, but I don't care. He didn't have any respect for the dead either, so as far as I'm concerned, he doesn't deserve any from me.
This is why we like Mute. This is why I like Mute. She is so feisty. She's got so much fight in her. It's just that she's such a product of her time that it's so hard to get behind her sometimes when she says shit.
There's only one thing related to him that you need to see, and it's not even him. It's a letter to his father from someone who actually did matter.
I'd probably drink a lot too if I was stuck in this hellhole. Yep.
All he ever did was complain about the main branch and trash the good name of a good man. That's all you need to know.
Man, we're just gossiping back and forth between two AI. This is the ideal fucking setup. Alright, here comes the fall. King Smith Kyung-sam. Nothing here. Okay. Alright. Block 5? Well, oh, wow. Okay, let's see. When did it end up being new here? Okay, new brews. Okay. And then, what's in here that's also new? Proper damn gentleman, daughter. I'm sorry, visit from Sangjung. Okay, so we're just opening up everything in block 3 for right now. We'll go back to Hyunnae and have her read through most of it, and then we'll come back to Mute and have her read through a lot of it as well. Okay, let's see block 5. Oh boy. I think it's safe enough to let her look at this. I don't think that this game ever takes material away from you except for exactly once when Hyunnae did exactly that, but we also will be able to get it back, so I think it should be okay.
So, like, you've talked to her a fair bit, right? What do you think of Hyunnae?
I don't hate her at all. She's fine.
Seriously? You can stand her? Did she tell you about the whole mass murder thing, or did she conveniently leave that out?
She didn't?
No, of course not. I'm sure even that awful bitch is ashamed of what she did. It's probably better if you don't hear it from me, though. I don't think you'd even believe it. Better to ask her yourself. Okay, so what I'm going to do is give you an entire block full of nothing but questions for her. It might be a little hard to get the whole story out of her, but if you fake sympathy, she'll probably actually believe you. So there you are, a few questions to give to her, drag the truth out of her, then tell me how crazy you think she is.
I mean, but we did hear from you. Oh, the phrases you bandy about when you're so deep in gossip that you can hardly see left from right. I do like Mute. She's trying so hard. Alright, down we go. Yep, nothing from Mute on these. So let's go ahead and go back out. Mute's questions. Ooh, that's gonna be spicy. Okay, so new air.
Oh, I don't really know anything about this Kim Young-sok. I only know about men who are actually of some importance. I don't think I can help you there. Sorry.
Seriously? None of it? New friendship. New magistrate. Actually important. She's so dismissive, but I kind of love her for it. She knows exactly where she stands on things. I think that's the other reason people really like her. She's just very confident. Confidence! Men of actual important emotional damage!
So, you want to talk about Queen Ryu Jae-hwa, huh? She was kind of more than just my queen. Well, I guess I have to explain my own position for it to make sense. So, like, yeah, I appear to be just a woman like you, but that's just my personal appearance. I'm actually, a computer program. So when I say I was, well, still am really, in charge of security for the whole ship, I mean it. I was an actual official. I outranked pretty much everyone on the ship, save for the Emperor, and of course, by extension, his primary wife. So while I might have reported directly to the Emperor in theory, and I did with others in the past, Emperor Ryu, In-ho, chose to let that sort of thing go through his wife instead. What this is all getting at is, for all intents and purposes, she was my real mistress, not him. We were pretty close. Well, as close as you can be to your better, anyway. I liked her a lot. She was actually really, really intelligent for a woman and was surprisingly tough for a noble.
Mute! Why do you have to say it like that? I know you really like her, but oh my fucking god. Holy shit. Mute admitting to being a lesbian? Hey yo, let's fucking go! We love lesbian Mute. Like, imagine all those memes about I can fix him. I can fix her.
I know, it's a little weird, but trust me, with her it was pretty okay. She managed to be great while still knowing her place.
Oh my god.
So, like I said, I liked her a lot. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked here. This is my point. I remember those admonitions because I actually helped her write them.
Headcanon, only canon. Headcanon is only canon, bruh. Right? Good god.
I mean, I didn't write a single word or anything, but she asked me for advice. Mostly she was just modest. So let me see. I really want you to get the right impression of her, She kind of wrote a lot. Well, nobody's perfect.
Mute.
Don't let that cloud your judgment of her, though, alright? I mean, I'm not impressed either, but at least it means you'll be able to see what she was like.
Mute!
Alright, I've got 3 for you to see. Well, this one's actually kind of about me, but still, it shows you just how good a person she was. If you want to see the rest of the admonitions, let me know. I can do that too.
1 step forward, 2 steps back with Mute. Every single time she says something cool and nice about someone else, she gets back on the track and goes, hey, well, wait a minute. It's not as though, like, I think women are people or anything. Poor me. Also, I was starting to remember this track as well. Oh, the memories, good god. Let's see. Yeah. Alright. Marital admonitions. Alright. Here we go.
Right, so her admonitions then. Well, you're not married, so I guess you wouldn't really know about this, would you? Although even if you were, it would really depend on the sort of family you manage to marry into, so that's not exactly a guarantee. Anyway, the point is, it's considered fairly typical for a new gentleman's bride to get a series of verses explaining what will be expected of them as a wife, as well as just friendly advice. Well, the reason why these ones aren't written in verse are pretty simple, I guess. It's because the queen, Liu Jiehua, had absolutely no ear for it.
Bruh, right. Approximately how many bruhs a second is Analogue a hate story while still being just absolutely fucking incredible?
Honestly, personally, I think that's pretty endearing, but she was really worried about the pale bride since she was a younger, prettier girl for her husband and all, so she wanted to make a really strong impression. I suggested to her that she do what she was good at and just write them in prose. Since if she was as uneducated as I thought she would be, and she was, it's not like she'd know any better anyway. Well, I guess that backfired a little since it turned out that she was so uneducated that she didn't even know any letters. Whoops. Anyway, here, let me just give you a giant info dump and pass along all the admonitions for you to see yourself.
Like, the approximate bruh per second has just gone astronomically so fucking high. Alright. Good god. Oof, so there's a lot of them. Okay.
Well, I don't think I'm exaggerating when I'm saying that letting my mistress tell that crazy bitch the admin password was surely the greatest mistake any man has ever made in the entire ship's history. Whoops, didn't realize you'd actually use it, as if anything good could have possibly come from trusting a woman with that sort of power?
You do realize Jevha was also a woman. And the Emperor did trust her with that kind of power. And clearly you did as well. Mute, do you hear the words coming out of your mouth? Good God. Damn. Imagine waking in a world where English was written in wingdings and everyone called you illiterate. Good God. Nightmare story for Hyuna.
I mean, I'm sure he was counting on her not knowing how to use a computer rather than being some sort of genius with it, but come on. Well, I'm sure you'll see for yourself soon enough.
Alright, so that's a whole bunch of stuff that we are going to have to go over with Hyuna first, and then with Mute. Alright, that was block 5. No, we've already been through this. And block 10 was all the admonitions, right? Okay. And Mute's questions are here. Let's see. Oof, that's a lot of them. Okay. Let's go home then. Nothing to say here from Mute, and we're just gonna go back and do a Hyuna. We'll do a proper run through with Hyuna now. All right, so let's disable AI. Here we go. Enable AI Hyuna. Yay! Little scientist is back. Yay! Let's go. Alright, off we go. Alright, let's use the over. Oh wait, no. Okay, here we go. So let's go into the log and see what we've got. So we've got all these new log files. Actually, it'd probably be faster if I just kept the files that I need to go over with Mute. Just kept track of them. So let's see. So it's block 3 through 6. And then 7 and 9. Okay. Maybe if Mute got into cosplay, she wouldn't be so grumpy. Right? I don't think you can you dress up? I don't remember if you can dress up Mute in this game. But if you could, oh my god, she would be so cute. Ugh. Mute. Let's see. Oh my fucking god, this one is a lot. A proper damn gentleman, that's me. Okay, so this is from Sangmin's perspective. Oh wait, Sangjung's conversation. Okay. Oh, that's how I knew his shit had gotten serious. He actually agreed to let me pick the drinking house we went to. My oldest brother only ever humors me when he's really trying to get on my good side. It's never a good sign. Well, I mean, it's good for me, but certainly not for him. I'm sure a classy lady such as yourself wouldn't be familiar with this kind of place. No, you know the sort. Tucked away in an interior deck, lots of wood furniture that's in state and not intentionally, with just enough commoners milling about to give a good background soundtrack. Oh, and it's run by a woman. Nice lady, too. So it's that sort of place. We arranged to meet up at the door. It's been a while, brother. Sorry I couldn't speak to you sooner, he said, trying to be polite. Oh, shit, I said. But hey, it's good to see you. So what do you want? I meant it, he said. He's a bad, bad liar. So why here, anyway? At that point, the owner came by, asking what we'd like. The only real thing you need to know about Jinne is that she's around my age. She's got the biggest tits I've ever seen in my life, and she dresses like a commoner, so you can certainly see them. Oh, he said. Fair enough. Bring your finest soju, I ordered. Please, she responded. You can't afford our finest. Totally not true, by the way. My reputation for being a cheap drunk? Completely unfounded. Honest, I have no idea where these people get these crazy ideas from. Anyway, far be it from me to argue. I just replied, maybe not, but my brother can. I mean, I knew he was going to ask me for money. That was obvious. Might as well get as much as I could out of him before giving whatever he wanted, right? Fine, we'll be sharing that, he said. Then he added, but how much to share it with you, too? She blushed. Amazing, really. She's got a lot of practice dealing with people like my brother, but I saved her the misery of having to flirt back with him. Do you really need more of this trouble right now? With that, he let her go. Anyway, drinks came. We argued about the loose in our finest, our server's tits, and the good old days when father was still alive and we didn't have to work out our problems ourselves. The biggest bullshit ever, I said, is that we're expected to be responsible men here. How'd that happen? He laughed, and was now drunk enough to start taking cheap shots. Is that why you've never bothered to be one? Ouch, I said. Damn it, hurry up and pour me more. I'll drink to that. He poured but didn't say anything. Alright, so what is it that you want? I'm getting the impression that you have a problem, and you want discretion because you're talking to me, right, brother? I was right. So where did you put it this time, brother? I asked. Put what? He replied, oh, cut the shit. I said, we both know full well that all your problems in life have always, without fail, stemmed from you putting your dick somewhere you shouldn't have. He grunted in disagreement, but it's totally true. Was it at least a female this time? Swear to my father, brother was right to punch me. Didn't though. Yet, he's just downed his drink. Yeah, that's the damn problem, he said. She's saying that she hasn't bled in 2 months now. A courtesan, I promised him my help. Better she gets bought out by me than by my brother, the high magistrate. Less suspicious that way, and provides nothing unlawful. Believe me now? Proper damn gentleman, that's me. Oh my god. Okay, so, holy shit, Songmin. Okay, so, I'm feeling really bad for Songmin right now. Holy shit. I can also see where Mute's coming from with her crush. But that's a lot of fucking information. Oh my fucking god. No wonder Songmin was just in complete despair the entire time. Good lord. Implying that we would want to see Mute in anything other than her hanbok. Well, I kind of do, honestly. I think she's really, really cute, and another look would be really nice, honestly. What does Mute see in this guy? I don't think he's a proper damn gentleman. I'm not on Mute's side on this, but I can see where the loyalty appeals to her. Like, it's not as though he's calling out Songmin for being, like, the type of person who would, like, call out his brother for being, like, the kind of person who sleeps around. He just defended him, and he keeps on doing it. Someone who is very loyal to family, I think that that's what Mute admires. Just like an incredible amount of loyalty. Again, lesbian voice. I can fix her.
Smith Sangjung. I don't really know how to feel about him. I don't know. It doesn't really sound like anyone thought he was a very good person. It looks like he never married or anything. I guess he was friends with Mute. Well, I guess that doesn't surprise me. He just seems weird. Like, it sounds like Sojin was kind of off-put by him, and I don't really blame her. I don't know. I have no idea how to judge him. See for yourself, I guess. I've added a few more things about him.
Where exactly? Okay. Alright, right. Okay, I've written all of those down. Which block is it in, then? Morning dress. Ryu Jae-hwa. Okay, so this is 4-4. Okay. Maybe I'll just write all these down just in case she starts adding in new blocks. New entries in new blocks. Nothing in block 5, right? Yeah. This one's just completely full. Alright, block 9. Alright. Block 9, we need to go back for
entry 7. So block 9, 7. Alright, and then block 10. Of course, all the admonitions. So pretty much everything in block 10. Except for confidence and part 7. Okay. Back we go. Helpful notes and, of course, meets questions. Alright. Okay, cool. Alright, let's, just start scrolling then. Oof, here we go. Daughter. Oh Sojin. For the past 2 months, ever since it became impossible to hide that she was a child, Jangmi has been living in our house and no visitors have been allowed to come in. This is 3:13, way before things started happening. It has created an incredibly awkward— oh wait, who's Jangmi again? Fuck. Jangmi. 아이고, 누군데? 장미 누군데? 이건 없어요. 장미. Courtesan, purchased and married by Sangmin, no sons, only daughters. Okay, so this must be the courtesan that Sangmin bought and mentioned before. Okay, I think I understand. For the last 2 months, ever since it became impossible to hide that she was a child, Jangmi has been living in our house and no visitors have been allowed to come in. It has created an incredibly awkward state of affairs. I can hardly stand to be in the same room with that courtesan, let alone live with her. And until recently, so few words we exchanged, I did not even know her name until the 3rd week of her living here. My husband made me agree to go along with the fiction that the child is actually mine, which, well, I've yet to give him one myself, so if that's how I am to make up for it, then that's what I'll do. I thought it was going to be so hard to keep up with that pretense, to pretend that this child is my own while the real mother lives under the same roof, yet apparently not. As it turns out, this whole charade has been absolutely for nothing. After all, that child turned out to be a girl. Of course, I'm sure Jangmi is quite happy since she's already been bought out, in hopes that we could pretend her son was mine, but an illegitimate daughter, well, who cares? It would have almost been funny if not for the fact that it means I will have to live with that constant reminder of how little my husband cares for me. Almost. But not really. Oh, poor Sojin. Poor babe. Good God. So, High Magistrate Smith Sangmin, huh? This man is just— wow, he's a real piece of work. He could just not keep his pants on, it seems. I mean, neglecting his wife so he could get a courtesan pregnant? Wow, what kind of man does that? Please tell me you feel the same. In what way was that easier on Sojin? Like, I mean, oh God. Just, at the end of the day, he is just kind of a crazy fucking awful person, but also, like, I feel for him. Damn, I think I remember this plotline now. God. The idea of a woman living only for her man is awful, just awful, but there's one way to make that worse, for the man just to ignore her entirely. Can you imagine living like that? Just being kept away in the women's quarters with no one to care about you in any way? I don't think her marriage was worse than mine, but at least I had something. And I didn't have to worry about scandals blow up in the family's face. There's one good thing that's good about being the emperor's consort, I guess. So all he ever did was paid attention to was women who weren't his wife and all of his assorted business. Here, I'll show you all what all that is. Looking at this, it feels like he'd spent more time with his brothers than his wife. Oh, good God. Good God! We breached a ship in space, unleashing its entire cargo full of juicy fucking Korean gossip. Alright, okay, so let's see. This is still block 3.
I'm sorry is number 5. Okay. Wait, hold on. 5, 7, 8. Okay, we just unlocked 8. Got it. Oof. Uncle Daiho, look, I'm sorry about our last conversation, alright? It's like I said to you before, you just caught me at a really bad time. Sojin was kept in bed rest on strict doctor's orders. I'm sorry that you brought your wife all the way to get turned away like that. When I told Sojin that you had given her well wishes on her pregnancy, she was happy but sad that she couldn't see you herself. What if the true purpose? This drama has been aging for hundreds of years. Imagine, just fermented drama opening up this pile of hot shit. Watching it rise into the air, forming into the shape of Mute, going,
Oh my god! Can you believe this shit?
what if the true purpose of the supposition get logs, which is the good K-drama arc? Analogue, a hate story, is my favorite saguk! Our child was born last week, a daughter. We decided to name her Mini. And Sojin is recovering well. The doctor said it would be fine for her to see visitors next week. I'm sorry if I got angry. If your wife wants to still see mine, or the child, or my mother, by all means, you're welcome to visit. I really hope there's no hard feelings, Uncle. Oh, good God. And here's the idiot thing. Alright. So Sangmin and Sangjun. Okay, so Sangjun seems to be in a position where he keeps on having to clean up after Sangmin. And Sangmin is in a position where he has to keep on cleaning up after Sangkyu. And Sangkyu is just a fucking animal, apparently. Good lord. No wonder Mute is just bubbling with all of that fucking energy, man. If I were personally involved with any of this, I would just lose my fucking shit.
Oh, yeah. I'm not really sure what all that business is about, truthfully. From what I understand, though, Smith Sangkyu had a tendency to get in trouble. He sounds really unpleasant.
Just bring everybody back to... Bring Mute back to Earth. Watch her just lose her fucking shit. Although, you know, things are kind of going back to where they were, so... Visit from Sangjun from Osojin. My husband was out of the house, as he usually is during the day, so our servant fetched me instead to tell me that someone was at the door. I was in the middle of a conversation with Mute, but had no idea how I was expected to respond to that. What do I do? I asked her. She just responded in that usual shocking crass manner of hers.
Gee, I don't know. You could try answering the door, maybe? Just a thought, of course.
So I excused her and went to do that, but with a great degree of nervousness. I had never done this before. At my door was my youngest brother-in-law, Sangjun, who had only met a few times before, although husband mentioned him often enough, usually in the same breath as calling him an irresponsible drunk.
By the way, I've completely forgotten who Sojin's wife is wifed to. Sangmin, got it.
Seeing him did nothing short to compound my anxieties. Hello, sir, I stammered.
Sojin! He responds with unbelievable volume. It's great to see you again. Hope you don't mind my dropping by unannounced. I just figured since I haven't seen my new niece yet, and it's been forever since I've been in the old house, so, well, I thought I'd stop by, say hello to your daughter.
I don't know. Sorry, my husband isn't home right now. Maybe you should come back later,
I said, shifting uncomfortably.
Oh, please.
Oh, please. Be a good girl. Let me come to see her. I'm not really here for your husband.
This was awkward. I didn't exactly want to turn away my brother-in-law, especially if he just wanted to see baby Minnie, but this was hardly proper. It really wouldn't be my place. Sorry. You'll have to wait until my husband gets back.
I trailed off. He rolled his eyes, then smiled at me. Really? Come on now. You're a smarter woman than that, he said,
and put his hand on my shoulder. This is how it now moved on to be incredibly uncomfortable.
You really value his authority that much?
He's my husband, I responded. What else could I say?
He replied. No, wow, no wonder he walks all over you, if that's how you treat him. You've got a lot to learn about dealing with men, dear Sojin. Especially my brother. But come on now, this is a bad conversation for a doorway. Can't I see my needs? I hear she's rather adorable.
I took a deep breath. I'm sorry, I said, trying to be as bold as I could. I'm going to have to go now. Sorry. I started to close the door on him.
Alright, I understand. I'll talk to him myself later. Don't worry, I won't mention this visit. Do say hello to her mother for me, though,
he said,
and left.
My heart nearly skipped a beat when he said those words. I stood there in the doorway for a good while, stunned. Even now I still have much to think about. Not simply his knowledge of our child's true mother, a matter of great secrecy, but also of what he said about my husband. Perhaps his words were true.
So, she didn't realize that Sungjun knew about all this because he was the one cleaning up after Sungmin in the first place. You're right, no reason why Earth wouldn't regress into Handmaid's Tale as dystopia as well. Good God. Man, how many years was this before Handmaid's Tale? Good God.
I'm really sorry. Please don't get mad, but I don't really understand what you're looking for.
She apologizes so much.
Maybe I'm just not getting it. It's my fault, but I can't find anything that seems relevant. Sorry.
Good God, she apologizes so fucking much. Let's see. Legendary temper, a clerk. Alright, so this is probably a man, because only men are allowed to have jobs in the year 314. Now, I've been a clerk for a while, and you know what, I'm gonna do an accent for this one, if this is a clerk. Now, I've been a clerk for a while, and it's not as if I haven't heard all the stories about High Magistrate Smith Sangmin and its legendary temper, but I always figured that they were an exaggeration, especially after I met him for the first time. The man seemed like an absolute model of a gentleman, and rather calm and unemotional. I'm not criticizing him, I just never imagined that man getting angry. Calm and unemotional? Sangmin? Good God. It was while an official was presenting the facts of a murder case to him and a drunken brawl between peasants gone horribly wrong. It all seemed satisfactory enough. A dozen men had seen it. There wasn't really any doubt about it. So far, so good. Very well, the High Magistrate said. Let me read this confession then, before I pass the sentence. The official didn't have one, which is reasonable enough. A lot of times they can't get it out of them, and I've never seen a magistrate who was really all too concerned about those little details. Excuse me? You don't have a confession? He said, and his mood soured right there. Why are you wasting my time then? He looked at the accused, who'd been kowtowing silently until that point. Do you even admit to killing him? The murderer seemed confused, and it took a minute to realize he was being addressed. Furthermore, when he did figure it out, he simply kept mumbling, "Not my fault. Wasn't my fault." And the such. The High Magistrate was furious. What is wrong with you? Why is this man doing in front of me in a state like that? He doesn't admit to doing it. What do you expect me to do? He demanded. After some silence from the official, he continued, It wasn't a rhetorical question. Please enlighten me. What do you expect me to do here? To punish him then? The official finally offered weakly, as confused about the matter as I was. Punish him. This is what set him completely off the edge. He stood up, shouting, "We are not given the responsibility of punishment. What are we, barbarians looking for vengeance? The point of justice is to teach immoral men like him the error of their ways," he lectured, shouting at the top of his lungs. "And how do you expect to do that with a man who won't even admit his own actions? Does this man look like he's ready to learn? Do you seriously believe that? Are you simple?" The official looked as though he was about to argue, but then thought against it. Smart move. The High Magistrate continued, more calmly, "Now stop wasting my time and get him out of my office. Come back when you have a confession and a clue as to what your job actually entails." And with that, he left, leaving the official speechless, and leaving me realizing that perhaps a legendary temper and being a model gentleman weren't quite so mutually as exclusive as I thought. So, pause, rewind. Sangmin never married 3 times, twice to courtesans, sleeps around a whole fucking bunch, bisexual. Trying to do the best he fucking can. An incredibly flawed man. Stuck in the state he's in. Yeah, I'm kind of seeing where Sangmin is coming from.
I'm really sorry. Please don't get mad, but I don't really understand what you're looking for.
Wait, hold on. She keeps saying this, okay. I guess nothing for him. Oh boy, here we go. Oh, Sojin.
As horrible as it is to say, I don't think anyone was really surprised when brother-in-law Songjin was found dead. Nobody asked how, nor has anyone so much as mentioned the word drinking in my presence since. Even the ordinarily extremely candid and mute has been entirely somber. Mother-in-law, I understand why she's been taking it so hard, and had been working hard to stay well out of her way while the funeral preparations are being settled. But mute? I had no idea they were so close, yet in our last conversation, I could have sworn she was on the verge of tears. I'd never seen such a reaction from her in all my time here. As for myself, I have an awful convention I can make to no one. I've put on a somber face, acting as though I'm as sad as the rest, since that is, of course, what is expected. But it pains me to admit that I'm not. It is not as if I don't find it tragic, and I feel bad for thinking this, but I didn't know him at all. How could I possibly bring myself to feel as obsessed as I'm expected to be? Well, you've seen pretty much everything that matters about the Smith family now. I'm still just parsing this all myself. You know, most of it is news to me, too. I mean, when I was alive, I didn't even know that the Smith family existed. Well, about Dehua mentioned the months. I don't really remember. It's been 600 years. But I don't think she did. I really wish I'd known about Sojin at the time. I really, really do. So what do you think? Are you satisfied with that overview?
No.
Oh, well, I'm really sorry. What were you looking for? Is it just because their story ends abruptly?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it does. Well, I can't really do anything about that now. I'm really, really sorry. But that's where it ends.
Alright.
Oh, well, that's good. So what do you think of them then?
What do I think about them? Man. Individual members, I think, are very, very... I think they're very sympathetic. I don't think Kyung-sum was quite right about them. They were working within a system that was innately unfair and doing their best within that system, but having been raised in that system, it never appeared to them that anything was wrong. Yeah, I don't think that I could do anything but pity them in the end. In the moment, I'd be pretty mad at them, but I'm not in the moment, of course.
Yeah, really. My family considered them political enemies, and the men were always so insistent on our family taking their place to the point where, well, you know. It just seems to me, though, that the men destroyed themselves and dragged women like poor Sojin with them. And I don't understand how Mute plays in at all. That's the weird thing to me. Still, though, what an awful marriage Sojin had. I feel so bad for her, to be thrown away and forgotten like that. You know, though? In sort of a perverse way, I feel a little bit relieved to read another story like hers. Just so I know it's not just me, a reminder that it's not just because I was from another time. It would have sucked even if I was born in that period. Does that sound bad to you?
I mean, it's petty, but it's really understandable, so I don't think it's bad, no.
Oh, really? Well, thank you for saying that. I'm so happy you understand. Anyway, I suppose that's all. Thanks for indulging me with going through their story, though. I really learned a lot just now. I won't waste your time with any more babbling. Shall we get back to whatever we were talking about before?
Alright. Ooh, back to block 3. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get to Mute today. Not because I'm not looking forward to it, I'm just really fucking hungry right now. I think that the best I can do is get through all of Hyone's thoughts through all of these blocks, and then I'll have to switch back to Mute, and that is where I'll stop because, like I said, pretty damn hungry right now. Alright, let's see what we've got here. Morning dress. Ryujewa. So this is the queen we're talking about.
Normally, my conversations with Mute are of a rather frivolous nature. Gossip in the affairs of some of the more important noble houses, as well as her trying to debate whatever she is able out of me. While I think such a flow of information is valuable, so I might pass news to my husband that he might not otherwise hear, I would not consider her attitude to have any resemblance to seriousness. Previously, I'd assumed that this was simply impossible due to her nature. While I do not really understand how, despite her explanations, anyone could live inside a computer screen, she says that she is an artificial person. I'd assumed that, perhaps, her absence of a soul prevented her from feeling serious emotions. Ordinarily, she wears incredibly bold, colorful clothing, her golden hair absurdly well adorned. For the past month, however, she's been uncharacteristically humble, wearing unappealing brown dress with her hair undecorated. My curiosity got the better of me at last. Please, I have wondered, why are you so attired? It is unlike you, I asked. She gave me an odd look. Huh? She asked. It's a morning dress. That much was obvious, and not particularly the thrust of my question. Did you not tell me that you are thousands of years old and that you have no family? For what reason are you wearing mourning? She gave me an annoyed look. A friend of mine just died, okay? No, I don't have family. It's always just been me. But this guy was a really good friend, and he definitely deserves that kind of respect, she said. We were super close. Do you wish to tell me about him? I asked. She gave me another look that I couldn't quite read, but seemed somehow sad. Nah, she said. I don't want to talk about it. Not now. I miss him too much. Hey, I'm going to go now, okay? I'll talk to you later. I said goodbye to her, and she disappeared from the screen. But as she did, I could have sworn that I saw her start to cry.
Oh, poor babe. Really liked him, huh? Okay. Just stuff that she is not interested in, apparently. Okay, let's see what else we got. Wow. Alright, we're up to block 9 now. Great and good. New brews. Here we go. Young-suk's wife. This is Young-suk, who was adopted into the Kim family. Got it.
Dearest mother, I really could use your advice. Husband has been working very late into the night recently, on some business that he won't even share with me. I understand his reluctance to talk to me about things his superior had sworn him to secrecy on, and that Dan Child has been keeping me plenty busy anyway, but I still wish he could tell me. Last night, he was out even later than normal, and when he finally did return, he had a black eye and his face and hands bloodied. He looked really bad. The sight of that really scared me. Of course, you of all people know that I'm hardly squeamish at the sight of blood. It was how hurt he looked.
Wait, why? I mean, yes, but why?
I hurried him to the kitchen and started to clean his wounds. I'll admit my voice wavered when I asked, "Husband, what happened?" He was reluctant to answer and grunted in pain when I convinced him to put ice on his bruised eye. He finally did, and you absolutely can't repeat what he said to me. Do you understand? Not a word of it to anyone, not even to father. But I truly need advice.
I had some questions for the High Magistrate's office. He sent his brother, Kim Sang-kyu, to answer them. That's the dumb, nasty one.
My husband trailed off thinking.
I asked him something that he didn't agree with. I had the moral high standing, but he had the physical high standing.
His wound clean. I didn't know what to do but touch the uninjured part of his place to comfort him. Then he joked,
Turns out his argument hurt a lot more than mine.
but I could tell underneath that he was truly hurt. What do I do now? What do I do, Mother? How is a woman supposed to respond to such an awful thing happening? I've tried to comfort him as best as I can, but I just don't know what else I can do. Please, you must have some advice.
Alright. Nothing to say to that one. Man. Oh boy. So Sung-kyu and Young-suk got into a fight where Young-suk was right. Even though he's kind of a petty guy, he's also right about whatever they did. And then Sung-kyu cleaned his clock. Not great, I guess. Alright, block 10. Here we go. Here we go! Into all the admonitions!
Ryujewa, to the woman who will marry my husband. As you are doubtlessly aware, it is traditional for a nobleman's mother to write poetic admonitions to be sent to the bride-to-be before she enters the family, explaining the circumstances and preferring advice to her. Sadly, your mother-in-law is long since departed, leaving the responsibility in my hands. I never had any such letters sent to me for reasons which I'll explain soon enough, and I have furthermore studied verse only enough to know that I am unable to write it well. I hope you do not think less of me, young pale bride, for addressing these letters in plain speech instead. Rather, pay attention to my words over my form, and please do not be hasty in erasing these letters after reading, for your own sake. I hope you find the advice and knowledge I will impart on you useful.
Jae-ha rules, man. I mean, she's obviously, like, not incredibly happy, but she kind of rules. She cares a lot, I think. She cares at least enough to do things properly and to make sure the others around her aren't suffering, which I think says a lot about her.
I never read her letters at the time. I couldn't. I know she read them to me eventually, but I was just numb to that sort of talk at that point. Now they're just hard for me to read.
Queen, literally and figuratively, right? She did her absolute damnedest in an incredibly terrible situation. Like, everybody here is stuck in incredibly situations, but I think that the only people who can be blamed for this situation is whatever happened, like, whatever million years ago, and people who just kind of feed into a terrible system, you know? It's not just one person, it's everyone collectively agreeing that this is reality. They're agreeing to a fiction that no one has to say is real, but kind of agree that it all is.
To the woman who will marry my husband, as you are no doubt aware, the Ryu family has an extremely long and proud history. Every man to hold the title captain and emperor has always been of our house, and you are here to make sure that continues for another generation. The name goes all the way back to the ancient times. Mythology speaks of a Captain Ryu, had controlled even the ship's movement through the stars themselves.
So there isn't a pilot! If you're a lesbian, and I'm a lesbian, and Mute's a lesbian, who's steering the ship?
Such things remain far removed from everyday life.
Oh, the ship is probably a bisexual, which I just erased. Sorry, Mute.
Such things remain far removed from everyday life, but it is important to understand the significance of the house and of the title that your first son will eventually come to inherit. To the woman who will marry my husband, it is an obvious matter that I do have the same family name as my husband. The official story, if you have not already heard it, is that we are cousins, making our marriage improper and less than ideal, but somewhat acceptable given the circumstances. At the time, there were no noble daughters who had not already been promised or given away in marriage, and obviously, a girl of any lesser upbringing could not be suitable as a queen. Hence, cousins would simply have to do.
Continuing.
Strictly speaking, this is all true. The part about there not being any noble daughters available is not a misrepresentation. And as far as any official genealogy is concerned, the Emperor is the son of my father's brother. The part which you may not speak of openly is that he is the old Emperor's son only by adoption. As far as blood goes, my husband is also my brother. As children, we never lived together, and it would, of course, have been strictly improper to have spent any time together at that age. I would never say anything such as that my husband actually arranged for there to be no noble daughters to marry, out of his daughter to marry me. That would, of course, be a rather bold move to accuse an emperor of such. But you may wish to consider what the implications might be if such a thing truly did happen. I leave it to you to decide whether such a thing is plausible. All I will say is that, despite our marriage being one of a necessity, my husband has always been very fond of me.
Okay, let me just go back and reread. Reading comprehension maximum right now. So, they're both the child of the emperor. They were raised apart. But the fiction is that Ryu In-ho is actually the king's brother's son. When he's actually the son. No. Okay, no. He is the son of the emperor by adoption. And he was adopted when he was young. She married into her cousin, by means of her father being brothers with the king. But the reality is that the previous king adopted In-ho from Jaehwa's family. So they are siblings. Okay then. Great. Good. Right. Okay then. Yes. Excuse me while I'm reading comprehension minimum. Yeah, that took me a second too. Yeah, that certainly did happen. Holy shit.
To the woman who will marry my husband, as for responsibilities, your burden will be quite light. You will, of course, be expected to be the model of feminine virtue, but truthfully, I do not expect you will have very much trouble with this. So long as you keep your head down, avoid scandal, and keep quiet, that will more than suffice. As far as the day-to-day is concerned, you will have nothing to concern yourself with, as this is the royal family you are marrying into. As queen, I run the management of the house's affairs and will not require any assistance from you in that regard. As a part of a royal concubine's demonstration of modesty, you will have to share in my own personal servant, and you will not have one of your own. While you will not be responsible for all the housework, be modest and do not remain idle at her expense. You are expected to be as unseen as the servants, and to be voiceful only in the most moderation. Do not speak harshly to your servant, and be appreciative of what she does, and not incompassionate. Your one sole responsibility will be spending as much time with the Emperor as it takes to produce a son. After you give birth, you will need not worry about raising him. I will be there to make sure that all is arranged for. Simply make our husband happy, keep out of sight, and give him a son, and you will have no more to worry yourself with.
Which is really reassuring for the time. If you were like someone who was born into the time and you needed these kinds of things, I could see how this is like incredibly reassuring. But not for Hyuna! Not for Hyuna!
To the woman who will marry my husband.
Oh, also, the thing that I was like going over in that one was the fact that I was a little bit confused. They're sharing a house servant, so like Jaehwa expects her to, I mean, she doesn't have to do all the housework, but she does expect her to not make the house servant's job too difficult, which I think is a really wonderful thing. I think Jaehwa rocks, honestly. She is a person of her time, but honestly, she is as good a person as you could get in those circumstances. Honestly, she is a lot better than I don't know how it would be. I've lived a lot of lives, but certainly no life quite like this one.
To the woman who will marry my husband. The virtues which you are expected to demonstrate are simply those expected of any woman, and given your noble upbringing, I will not condescend to treat you as though you do not already know them quite well. You are expected to be quiet and obedient, to me as well as obviously to our husband. Perchance you are scolded. Trust my judgment as your elder. I will never act out of anger or spite. If scolded by our husband, always respond with a smile, for your relationship with him must always be warm, and he is a wise man. I do not, however, anticipate such things will be problems. He told me of the interview in which he spoke to you, and had nothing to report at all on your manner of speech, so I trust it was entirely proper and polite. In light of that, I will say nothing further of the matter. As far as ritual obligations go, you have none, save for following in my lead. Both your father and mother and father-in-law are long dead, so you have no further obligations to them. I had trouble addressing first, but I anticipate nothing you could be surprised by.
But also, just pop out a son, thanks. Right? Good God. Like, this is actually hell. But, like, it's also the best thing someone could ask for in their time. But it's still also hell! Good God. Also, I do know exactly what's going on. Chat, you are visible in the VOD right now, so all I ask is that you do not spoil it for everyone else. I know exactly what's going on, and, yeah, it's not great. The best version of hell, but still in hell! It's like you're at the very top of shit mountain, so you're getting technically the minimum amount of shit on your person, but you're still on top of what is a mountain made of shit. It's not great.
To the woman who will marry my husband. I will not tell you to avoid court politics entirely so long as you do not cause trouble, but I will suggest that you simply watch from a distance. The temptation may exist to meddle, especially if you ever talk to the artificial girl, Mute, who lives inside our computer. She is a gossip and a friend of the Smith noble family, and is responsible for revealing much of what they try to keep hidden. She may seem fickle, but she does belong to the house of Ryu, first and foremost, and is quite loyal. Nevertheless, meddling is not in your best interests. Do not play politics, not only for our sake, or for the sake of being a virtuous wife, but for the sake of your own family as well. They will receive favor, not through any scheming on your part, but through our husband's will. Entertain yourself with gossip if you wish, so long as you keep quiet about it, but stay out of politics. In the end, you will manage to go much farther if you rely only on rewards for being a good wife.
pale bride's marriage. Here we go.
My fear of the pale bride, it seems, was unfounded. In my letters to her, I wrote that I was not jealous. A lie, of course. As queen, it is true that I have authority over any of my husband's other wives, but that authority does certainly not extend to his affections. Especially since she is a beautiful woman of only 15 years, and I am a withered old lady 20 years her senior.
Oh my god, she's 35. Holy shit.
I would be a fool not to be jealous. And yet, I am not. Until she officially married my husband. I had only seen her briefly, at the formal interview. Aside from her beauty, she had made hardly any impression. But now she is living in my house, and I've seen more of her while she is not busy attending to the emperor. And I realize now, I have no cause for jealousy that is any fault of hers. She hasn't spoken a single word to me, and only looks at me from a distance. At first, I mistook this for arrogance, as though she thought me unworthy of approaching. I realized soon that is not so. I see no smugness in her eyes, nor do I see happiness, nor sadness, nor anything else.
Dang, are you still going? Did you eat yet? No, but I am fucking hungry, and I'm gonna be, taking... I will be stopping for the night after I'm done showing all of this to Hyuna. Because, a lot of shit went down while you were out. Needless to say. Yeah, I think that the only thing that I truly think that you would, like, right now look back at and say, wow, I miss that, was, you can dress up Hyuna in different outfits! Oh my gosh! I see the list got bigger. Yes, it's very much bigger.
She is afraid of me. Not the sort of fear that would show in her eyes, the sort of fear that would paralyze or leave her on edge. It is hardly noticeable at all, and yet I can tell. Her fear is that of resignation. The sort of fear that where one simply waits for what one believes inevitable. Whatever it is she thinks I will do to her. She's not afraid that I will be jealous, she knows it, and is simply waiting for the consequences. I cannot be jealous of a woman like that. I feel for her. I want her to feel welcome. I want her to give her the hope she has clearly lost back. It is not out of jealousy that I say I earnestly want her to understand how lucky she is. When I last saw her, I took her aside and said, please, you do not have to fear me. If you ever wish to talk to me, please do find me. She said nothing, but she did smile a little. I have seen her smile before, but only in a hollow way, where the mouth moves, but no emotion stirs in the eyes. This was not that kind. I can hardly say what the twinkle in her eyes meant, but at least I don't think it was resignation. I do hope she talks to me soon. For her own sake.
Again, I do know exactly what's happening. Again, the VOD can see chat. Chat, do not spoil anything. Queen, I think your new girl is traumatized. Yeah, she is. She sure is. Blah. Oh, and now we're down to Mute's questions. Yeah, after we get down through Mute's questions, I will be stopping for today. Oh my god, I really want to do this tomorrow too. Holy shit. Maybe that is what I'll do tomorrow. I didn't have anything planned for tomorrow, but I did want to do a stream. Maybe tomorrow's stream will be finishing Analogue, A Hate Story. And that'll be just whenever I wake up. The feels, yeah, God. Ugh. Everybody's here is just stuck, and it's not good for anyone. But it is everyone's fault that they're stuck in their own situations. But also, they live in a society. Okay, but also, oh god. Good god. I'm glad you're really enjoying gaming / streaming. Well, I am gaming also, but I am also streaming. You are totally correct. Alright, here we go. Questions to ask. I haven't actually looked at these, and I don't remember these, so, let's see what Hyone's answers are.
How are you doing? What is this? You talk to Mute? I don't know what she told you, but you really shouldn't listen to her. All she ever did was gossip, and I'm sure she hasn't changed since back then. Please, don't trust her. She just spins everything to make everyone look bad, no matter what.
I don't know, man. She was talking a whole bunch of good about Songjin and the Queen and Sojin. Basically, she's. I think you've got the wrong idea of her. I mean, she is still a catty bitch, but you know, in probably the best way you could be. Damn, Hyuna is sus. You missed a lot. I would suggest going back into the VOD. I am on Hyuna's side. Murder is okay, actually.
Please, promise?
No, I'm sorry, I cannot promise that.
Oh, fine. B is bad for her, for all I care. It's not like I care about your opinion or anything.
Oh my god, she said the thing! She said the thing! I'm gonna do it again.
Oh, fine. Be as bad as her for all I care. It's not like I care about your opinion or anything.
Hey, Hyuna did nothing wrong, team. Let's fucking go! Hyuna did nothing wrong! Sun.
Go on, show me one of her awful questions.
She literally asked, how are you doing, girl? Tsundere stonks! Stonks!
A little anxious. I'm glad to have someone to talk to, don't get me wrong, but I'm really not sure how to read you. You keep swinging in different directions. Can't you please, just trust me? I'm not unhappy, but I'd feel a lot better if you could do that. If you say you're sorry about being so mistrustful, I'd understand.
Well, if you say it like that, I'm not sorry.
Yeah, I didn't think so. It sucks to be alone, but I'm sure wondering why I'm bothering talking to you right now.
Alright, let's see. It was, honestly, coming from you, that was an honest question, Hyuna. Oh my fucking god. I know she's a bitch, but she's looking out for your ass.
Question. How do you feel about me? Wow, there's a tough question. I mean, you seem like a really good person. I think I could call you a friend. You seem to be a really good listener. I like that. Does that answer your question?
Oh, wait. These are all being asked in my oh, wait, no, never mind. No. Well, she knows that they're all being asked from you. Alright. I mean, yes, it does answer my question. Bruh.
Okay, good. Not that I really understand why Mute was asking.
Well, she's just trying to catch you being a murderer, but... Well, yeah, that is also true. She is trying to catch her being a murderer. I'm putting in both earbuds, because do you guys hear that? Also, is it just me, or is everything, like, blinking? You know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and save. Yeah, let's just go ahead and save. I am 50% my way through this game. The squeaking? The music. Oh, it's the creepy music. So this was made before DDLC. Welcome to the Analogue I Hate Story experience.
Why don't you treat me with more respect?
Oh my god.
What? Geez, my word, what are you talking about? When have I never not treated you with respect? I don't know what's wrong with that awful AI, and I definitely don't know what's wrong with you. Why would you even say something like that? Jeez.
I like to sleep. Should I watch? I don't think anything cosmic horror ever happens in Analogue I Hate Story. All of the horror is based in humans, so if that's the part that bothers you, it's okay. it's literally because we're in a GUI that's being fucked with right now. It is not cosmic horror at all. Yeah, no cosmic horror, just IRL horror. Yeah, the real horror is humans after all. Other humans.
Alright, well, remember when I said that I never interrupt you unless there was something really, really wrong? Because, that's annoying and I don't want to bother you, but, look, I don't want to scare you here. It's your own fault that I don't blame you. Look, this isn't your fault, but we have a really big problem.
Oh my god, she is blaming me for all of this.
I'm sure you've noticed that static on the line, yes? I was wondering what was causing that, so I checked and it's, well, look, don't panic here, please. But, reactor meltdown is in progress? I'm really sorry. We've been running in low power mode for so long and that was fine, but when you established communication, everything started back up again, which should have been fine, except it's been centuries since the last maintenance job was done, and I'm not really sure what's wrong, yet. I'm not going to lie to you. This is bad. This is really, really bad. I don't know if you're really aware of how this works, but we're running on nuclear fission.
Like I said, this is before DDLC! Surprise!
And, it looks like we've got about 20 minutes before total meltdown. It's already running really, really hot right now. I wish I'd noticed sooner. I'm so sorry. But, well, let me put it this way. The ship is about 20 minutes away from exploding. Can you make it out of range within 20 minutes?
Maybe not.
I don't really know much about nuclear reactors, but yeah, that's what I expected. Don't panic, though. I can walk you through shutting it down. Just stay calm. Everything will be fine. What I'll need you to do is drop to the terminal and disable the nuclear reactor. If everything's working properly, it should be that simple. I mean, I'm sure it won't be. This is a really old ship, and clearly, what? Already one thing has gone horribly wrong. Anyway, your first step is to at least try.
Alright, okay, we are overriding. This is veg. Oh shit, oh fuck, help. Okay, so it's, reactor, help, reactor. Okay, help, reactor. There was also another thing to, enable? Okay. Reactor enable? Okay. Okay, so reactor disable. No backup power supply is active. Warning, disabling reactor now will permanently terminate your connection. Are you sure you want to continue? No. Okay, we cannot permanently terminate our connection because that will cut us off from not only the files, but from both Hyuna and Mute. Not an option. Okay, so we need to, power control. Okay. Gravity, main computer, rails, sensors, waste. Let's just first of all disable just things that we don't need. Let's do communications. Let's see. Power control. Disable. Let's see. Communications. Oh shit, okay, no. Okay, so power, control, disable, let's see, what can we disable? Core 3? 3? Okay, power, control, disable, core 4? Power, control, disable, core 5? Power, control, oh fuck, this is an underscore. Control, disable core 6. What I'm trying to do is revert more power into trying to make sure that we can switch the reactor from our from what the battery it's on right now to like a different power thing. I think that'll work. Okay, so docking, we don't need docking. Okay, power, control, disable docking. Okay, power
oh, wait, it's underscore. Control, disable. Okay, I guess we don't need to. Maybe we can do gravity? Not sure. But we'll see. Rail? Okay. Power, control, sensors? Disable sensors, right. Disable sensors. Disable sensors? Okay. Power, control, disable, waste. Okay, so help. Okay, so now we still need to disable the reactor. Okay, help reactor. I don't remember the command for it. Reactor disable. Fuck. No. Okay. PSS. What is PSS anyway? I forgot. Okay. PSS switch battery. Okay. Insufficient power. Power usage is at 60%. Fuck. Okay. Primary battery remaining. Secondary battery remaining. So our usage is at 60%. Okay. We need to be at 20%. Right. Okay. So, what was the list for power control? Okay. Shit. Uh-oh, sisters. Don't you hate it when you're just here to download some log for K-drama and you actually start a nuclear incident? Right? This is stressful. Okay, I guess we need to just disable. I think we need atmosphere. Communications. I think we need to disable gravity. I don't think there's any choice. Okay. I guess we're just gonna float now, you guys. Power control. Disable. This is gravity. I guess this is what we're doing. Okay. Now can we switch battery? PSS switch battery. Atmosphere? What atmosphere? Shit. Okay. So we need to get rid of 4 more. Oh no, we are not getting rid of Miro Hyane. Oh fuck. Bulkheads. Power, control, disable, bulkheads. Okay. PSS, switch, battery. Shit! Okay. What can we do? Oh shit. Only 13 minutes left, and I'm not looking at chart right now because I want to try and figure this out by myself. Let's see, power control, wait, maybe help power control. Because I think we are down control, shit. Power control, Shit. Okay, we are at 33. Okay. Shit. Oh. Here we go. Help. Okay. Yeah, we just have to choose, don't we? Shit. Okay. All right. Copy core to core 1. Shit. Oh, fuck. Power, control. Shit. What do I do? Okay, fuck. Okay. Just turn off major. Have you tried turning it off and turning it on again? Well, it was nice reading the gay drama.
In space, there's no atmosphere in space. I mean, there is atmosphere in space inside of the ship, probably, because they're farming in here, right? Haha, pain Pecco. Wait, we are mute. Ask the other AI. Okay, switch, disable AI, enable AI mute. What? What? Enable AI. Wait, what? Enable AI mute. What the fuck? Fuck. Okay, and wait, maybe I can, if I can't enable mute, maybe I can switch her. Okay, copy core 1, core 2. Shit. Okay. All right. Okay. Now, PSS switch. Okay, that worked. Battery. Shit. Okay. Wait, hold on. It's, oh, fuck. Power, control, disable, core 1. Okay. Now, PSS switch, battery. Wait. Oh, whoa, I just spelled it wrong. Ah! PSS switch, battery. Okay, we still need to disable the reactor! Wait, shit, no. Help reactor. Okay, PSS enable? Okay, disable, okay, so reactor disable? Yes. Wait, the fuck? I found a secret. Wow. Nah, I don't think this was a secret. Although I do think... Well, I guess it wasn't a secret, really, but... Success. Remaining subsystems transferred to power supply system. Enable AI Hyun A. Quit. Wait, are we still not done? Alright, you did it!
Alright, you did it. The reactor is now disabled. And emojis, oh no, we still have a problem! It's still at critical temperature. Well, the good news is you're safe now. I'm not, though. Even if there is no nuclear reaction, it's just the heat alone can do enough damage to the computer systems to, well, kill me. This is really bad. Please, you have to figure out to do something to deal with the excess heat. I'm already suffering some serious damage. Some subsystems just aren't responding. My word, I feel like I did when I was alive. I feel like I'm dying. Please, you have to do something.
And Mute isn't there with you, so that's pretty bad. What do we do exactly? Okay, so we need to do something about the excess heat. Okay, use override terminal. Okay, help. So, is there anything we can do about the heat? Okay. Let's see. Rensiane. Communications, making sure. Fuck. Do not ever disable. We're gonna try something, Hyene.
let's see. Docking, life support system for breathable air. So we can enable 2 things that are 1%. Okay. Oh, okay. Sure. Quit.
I've got it. I've got it. I know what you can do. Quickly, enable the bulkheads, enable the emergency life support, and then disable the bulkhead seals. There's not enough safe air left in the ship to actually keep anyone alive, but it should be enough for preventing the heat into space. Quickly, there isn't much time.
Alright, that was exactly what I was doing, girl. Let's see. That's exactly what I was doing. Okay, power, control, enable, life, support. Okay, it's bulkheads, course, censored. Okay, power, control, disable. She said to disable the bulkheads, right? Bulkheads. Okay. So both girls are alive. We fucking did it. Yay. Why doesn't Mute want to help though? I think it's less that she doesn't want to help and more we couldn't access her at a critical time and I'm not entirely sure why. Say you're not girlfriend. That feel when the NPC went... That feel when as an NPC when the PC F5s. Do you need a transit system? LOL. OMG your eyes. Thank you for thinking my eyes are very pretty. Yes, disable bulkhead seals. Yeah, I just haven't seen them like that, LOL. Yeah, I was in full panic mode. Did not want the cute girl to, die. Alright.
You did it. You did it! The nuclear reactor is now both completely deactivated and at a safe temperature. We're safe! I was pretty scared there for a moment. I mean, it's not that I didn't think you could. It's just the thought of actually dying for good was scary. It was scary. But you did it, and I'm fine now. Thank you so much. I'm sure you're breathing a little easier too, right? Well, that was close. I think we both really deserve a break from the serious business, don't you agree?
Yeah.
I thought so. Oh, really, my word, that was a close call. There's actually something I've been thinking about for a while that I wanted to ask you about. And, well, I had sensors working before. I've seen your ship. I know it's only big enough for one person. It sounds awfully remarkable that you could have a ship like that just for yourself. I just mean, in my time we were using generation ships, and that was incredibly state-of-the-art.
So it is a generation ship. I see. Also, have you not noticed that I kind of moved in, mute with you? Sorry for doing that, by the way.
So, is that normal? Do you do this all the time? Go on strange adventures by yourself in deep space?
Not quite.
That makes sense, although I sure wish you could explain that to me. I'm just really curious. See, when I found out that I was going to get to put into stasis to wake up far later, that was a future I always dreamed about. One that was full of amazing things like, I don't know, holograms, miracle medicine, ships that travel faster than light, colonies on other planets. That's sort of amazing. I mean, I've never liked science fiction. It was just too unrealistic, but when I was a kid, I figured it'd still be fun to live in it. Imagine my surprise. But it sure sounds like you're from that future. Oh, sorry, I'm rambling, aren't I? It's just the idea of finally getting that perfect future that I was denied. Traveling with someone in a deep space, well, that sounds awfully romantic. Sorry, I'll stop now. Let's get back to serious business.
Alright. Well, that was an adventure. And I think that's
questions 4 through 9 are going to have to wait. Because first of all, we can't report back to mute, and second of all, I'm hungry and I have been streaming for a pretty long time now. Let's see how long I've been streaming. Ooh, yeah, I've been streaming for about 5 hours now. I think I need to stop for today. Although I am so into this that I think that for tomorrow's stream, I said that I was really I really did want to stream, but I had no idea what time I wanted to stream or what I wanted to stream. I think I'm just gonna finish up Analogue, A Hate Story. Because as far as I can tell, I'm about halfway through the story, and it is a doozy from here on out. So if you guys don't mind, I'm going to stop for tonight. I'm going to eat some dinner. I'm gonna get some sleep, and then tomorrow I'm gonna restart this all again. Let's see, what time should I start it? I don't know. I may end up starting it at around, let's see, 14 hours from now. 14 hours from now, which will be, let's see, 11 Eastern, 8 Pacific. I do really want to get an early start on it. Yeah, I'm just really excited about getting this done. I do love edit. Like I said, this is one of my favorite visual novels ever. And I don't like visual novels. So I think that tells you, one, the fact that I don't like visual novels is probably telling about, like, my attitude about visual novels as a whole. It makes me kind of judgy, I suppose. But on the other hand, it's written in a way that I find incredibly compelling, and it is such an experience to get to play through Analogue, A Hate Story. Also, if you've never played any of Christine Love's games, I highly suggest it. They're so fucking good. The most recent game she's come up with is called Get in the Car, Loser. And apparently it is the kind of game you can speedrun. People have been doing that, and I'm really looking forward to giving that a shot. I love Christine Love's work. But if you want something more of a visual novel, the first game... No, this is the first game I ever played by her. The second game I ever played by her was Digital: A Love Story, and it is one of the most remarkably written and created games I've ever played. I think it's either cheap or very cheap or free, so definitely give Digital: A Love Story a download if you like what you see so far. It is just incredible. She does such incredible work. I really love her work. Do I have any neural implants? Me? No, I shouldn't. Unless there's something they're not telling me, and it's somewhere in all these this paperwork. I wouldn't know why I would need a neural implant. 420 nice. Streaming for 420. Yeah, let's go. Thank you for the stream. I really enjoyed the VA work. Thanks for the stream. Digital was free, I believe. Let's fucking go. Yeah, if you have not played Digital yet, it is so fucking good. Like, I think the testament of how good I think it is that I barely remember what happens in it. All I remember is that I came away thinking that was one of the best things I've ever experienced. So definitely go ahead and give Digital: A Love Story a try if you like what this is giving you. And just making sure that the AI isn't gonna take over your body, yeah. It'll be fine, it'll be fine. I am in no danger of that. As far as I can tell, I am made of fictional meat. Alright, I think that's gonna be the end of today. Like I said, I should be back up tomorrow, if not in 14 hours, then sometime in the morning, in the American time zone. Because, like I said, I really want to continue this. And that'll be all for me. As per usual, if you are watching the VOD for this, no idea why. But, well, maybe the reason why is that you get to watch a really great, video game played by someone who might be a very silly bear. Y'all take care of yourselves. Have a great night. I will see you tomorrow, and if I don't, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your week, and however long it takes for us to see you again. Take care. Goodbye.
you.